All delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. They should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they want to speak. Delegates who are physically in the chambers must use the floor microphones and switch on their microphones if they would like to speak. All delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. The interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desk to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, in accordance with Council Rule 2291, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the Peace and Security Cluster, specifically the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation and the Minister of Home Affairs. I would also like to advise that the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation has requested to respond to questions first. We will therefore start with the questions to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Let me also make the following remarks. The time for reply by the ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. And the supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. Good afternoon once again to everyone. And we will now call on the Honorable the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation to respond to question number 105 as asked by the Honorable B.N. Ndongeni. And there will be 5 minutes allowed per response to the question. It's over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon to all honorable members. Deputy Chairperson, the answer to the question from Honorable Ndongeni is as follows. As part of efforts to resolve the Israel-Palestine matter, we are of the view as South Africa that the United Nations should play a more active role in supporting the quest for Palestinian self-determination. The United Nations has been seized, as members know, with the question of the freedom of the people of Palestine for almost the entire existence of the UN. The UN has to continue to play an important role in leading efforts to mediate a resolution to the situation, which we believe would be upholding international law, including the key imperatives of the United Nations Founding Charter, which includes the right to self-determination and also to honor various resolutions adopted by a number of organs of the United Nations. There's several initiatives that are being considered at the UN by various member states, including the re-establishment of the Special Committee Against Apartheid under the auspices of the UN General Assembly. Honorable members would recall that such a committee existed when we confronted the oppression of apartheid. It is believed such a committee would assist in highlighting the apartheid policies as recently enunciated by a human rights body, which has indicated that the practices of the State of Israel accord with violations that have been labeled the crime against humanity of apartheid in terms of international law. We are engaging with other UN member states with regard to this particular action by the General Assembly. We are gravely concerned about the lack of progress with regard to the Middle East process. The world seems silent on this matter. We believe mediation and dialogue are the only viable mechanisms which would resolve the Israeli-Palestine conflict. We remain resolute in our belief that the two-state solution is the only solution toward this problem. We therefore continue to argue for a resumption of peace talks without any party putting forward preconditions. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will now come back to Honorable Ndongeni to find out whether she has any follow-up question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, there is no doubt that the Human Atrocity Association with the Israel-Palestinian conflict by far outnumbers and war that has ever erupted in the post-Second World War. And this continues to be relegated to the periphery by world powers. Whilst we reaffirm our support of the initiative of the government of South Africa in the resolution of Palestinian, my question is, has the South African government explored engaging the G8 and the G20 countries to provide more meaningful support to the peaceful resolution in the Middle East? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much again to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, indeed, Honourable Member, South Africa continues to argue for increased attention to the freedom and justice struggle of the people of Palestine. And we do indeed continue to raise these matters, not just in the context of the G7 and the G20, but within the BRICS family, at the UN level itself, and within the African Union. We are recognized by the people of Palestine as one of the key countries that has remained resolute in its solidarity with the people of Palestine. This was confirmed recently by the Conference of Palestinian Ambassadors who are resident in Africa, who had a conference that was supported by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation right here in Pretoria. No other country has ever been trusted by Palestine to host such a conference, and we do so in support of the Palestinian people coming together from time to time and at the leadership level, focusing upon how they might advance their struggle, their just cause for freedom. So indeed, we do seek to place these issues at the center of global attention. And we will continue to do so, including at the General Assembly meeting in the UN in September this year, where we are planning, along with other partners, to host a roundtable on the struggle of the people of Palestine. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be by the Honorable Mr. D. Ryder of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your reply. Minister, I read your speech from that day, and let me quote to you from your speech. You said, "South Africa will remain steadfast in our support for your just quest for freedom, justice, and independence," end quote. Minister, why are we less steadfast in other instances where freedom, justice, and independence are under threat? Say, for example, Ukraine.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank Honorable Ryder for his question. I do not believe that South Africa is less steadfast with respect to any country that is undergoing the difficult circumstance of oppression. We have consistently argued, and the Honourable Member is welcome to study South Africa's statements at the United Nations, which clearly deplore any war that occurs between nations. The very existence of the United Nations is to prevent conflict and to avoid situations of war. So we are not less steadfast with respect to the plight of the people of Ukraine, but we are resolute that the more than 7 decades lack of freedom and justice and enjoyment of human rights of the people of Palestine is a matter that requires all our attention. The situation of people who are murdered each day, political prisoners, equates with our own experience in South Africa, and we believe that this decades-old problem has to be addressed. That doesn't detract by any means from our concern at the very dire humanitarian situation in Ukraine and our belief that there should be a cessation of hostilities and a properly mandated negotiation process between the conflicting parties to find peace. Our approach in foreign policy is a search for peace, is resolving of conflicts through negotiation, is avoiding harm, and is promoting the interests of all. And we remain steadfast in that belief. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be from Honorable Mr. T. Apleni of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Mr. Apleni.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Zandamela will take the question.
Thank you, Honorable Zandamela. You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, is the Minister of the opinion that South Africa is mobilizing enough global support for Palestinian people so far, ensuring that the Palestinians realize their freedom under the pressing changing geopolitics? If so, which engagements is the Minister currently undertaking with other countries in assisting the plight of Palestine? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. As I've indicated in reply to the supplementary question of the Honorable Ndongeni, we are working with many different organizations as well as bilaterally with a range of countries on the matter of the freedom of the people of Palestine. But as I have said, even to our friends in Palestine, what we need to mount is a global campaign to alert the world to the continued suffering of the people of Palestine. And this means that we as organizations, including the African National Congress, the IFP, the EFF, and all organizations in South Africa, we should have regular awareness protests. We should be writing petitions to world leaders calling for greater attention to the plight of the people of Palestine. We should work closely with non-governmental organizations, organs of civil society. We should protest when we have human rights organizations labeled as terrorist groups by the government of Israel. So it's absolutely imperative that we don't rely only on the government of South Africa, but that we as organizations have a very robust campaign linking all of us worldwide. And only, I think, South Africa can be a key leader in this campaign. And if all of us as political parties join together, I believe we would see action in response to our global campaign. So I continue, as I've said, to work, but I need the support of all members, of all parties, of all leaders, of trade unions, of civil society, in order for us to achieve the objective of freedom for the people of Palestine that we dearly desire as South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up on this question will be from Honorable Mr. M.A.P. de Bruin of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm going to add on to the question of Honorable Ryder. And I have to ask,
why is the ANC government still supporting Palestine, even though that most Palestinians are in support of armed attacks against Israelis in Israel or in Israel? And this while the Israelis are mostly just reacting to the attacks from Palestine, whereas Palestine reacts randomly and continuously and constantly. Why does the ANC government have a neutral stance when it comes to the war in Ukraine, but with the war in the Middle East, there's a blatant support for Palestine? Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and Honorable De Bruyn, I think it's absolutely wrong to equate what is happening in Ukraine as equivalent to the 7-decade onslaught against the people of Palestine, whose land was seized with the support of many Western countries without any consultation with the people of Palestine. This equates to the apartheid experience of Africans in South Africa, where land was seized and the creation of Bantustans occurred. This is why Palestine's suffering has been equated to action by an apartheid state. The people of Palestine have to carry identity documents like a pass. They cannot go where they will. They are limited to areas that are designated by the Israeli government, the occupation forces. This doesn't in any way mean that we are not appalled by the war that is occurring in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. We have deplored the suffering. We have deplored the humanitarian situation. But you can't say you cannot speak about Palestine unless you speak about something else. It's absolutely imperative that every struggle is given attention. And as I have said in very clear terms, you are very aware that Palestine is currently under occupation, and there is no way in which Palestine can stand equally against Israel. No country is giving Palestine very smart weapons to wage a war against Israel. No country is consistently, as South Africa does, arguing for the freedom of the people of Palestine. We, of course, are absolutely clear that we must, if we have the opportunity, seek a means of assisting Russia and Ukraine to find a negotiated settlement that is in the interests of both countries. This is what we desire. This is what we have called for. But the people of Palestine who continue to be killed every day, where there isn't freedom of expression, where journalists are murdered, are assassinated, this cannot be something that we would tolerate. And so I do say, Honorable Member, it is critical for us as South Africans who today enjoy freedom from apartheid. Let us be resolute in helping others to gain their territory, to enjoy their human rights, and to have freedom and land security. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will now go to question number 107, as asked by the Honorable C. Visser. Over to you, Honorable Minister, question 107.
Once more, I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The reply to the question, our department, that's International Relations and Cooperation, has consistently and publicly spoken out against the security situation that has unfolded in Mozambique, particularly with reference to the coastal district of Cabo Delgado province. This has been occasioned by the eruption of attacks, which are said to have begun in late 2017, which have been carried out by members of an extremist insurgency that is said to include Islamic extremists. Our department has utilized a number of platforms to keep South Africans informed of our position and to ensure that accountability and updates on our actions are provided to the responsible oversight authorities, including the Portfolio Committee, and the standing committees in our parliament. In this line, in September 2020, as the Minister of International Relations, I informed the Portfolio Committee that the emergence of conflict in Mozambique was a worrying reversal of the peace that had characterized SADC for many years. I informed them that Mozambique has been engaging with a number of countries and that SADC, including South Africa, were looking at how Mozambique could be assisted. The SADC Mutual Defense Pact says that an attack on a state party is considered a threat to regional peace and security and should be met with collective action, and such will be mandated by summit on recommendation of the organ. As a signatory to the Mutual Defense Pact of SADC, we support and align ourselves with this position, and we support and assist Mozambique as directed by the 40th SADC Summit of 2021. We have deployed the SADC mission in Mozambique as from July 21, with South Africa as one of the personnel contributing countries. We are also the force commander. This demonstrates our commitment to the ongoing regional effort to combat and dislodge the terrorist group and to alleviate the spreading humanitarian disaster. We've been serving as the chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security, and have continued up to August this year to support SADC efforts in this regard. Despite the precarious situation in Cabo Delgado, since the deployment in 2021 July, SAMIM and other international forces have dislodged some of the terrorists from their bases. They've been dispersed, and we continue to have action by our deployments against these insurgents. I think we've been absolutely consistent in decrying and opposing human rights violations by states against their own civil populations. In the case of Mozambique, the insurgency is led by non-state actors, and while we've criticized their actions, we don't believe that they represent or are acting on behalf of the state. We've been consistent in our calls for states to abide by international law, especially the law of war, and all states that act contrary to laws of occupation in relation to civilian populations or that occupy territory in contravention of international law, we have stated that we're against such action as this offends the key prescripts of the United Nations Charter and Security Council resolution. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Visser, you are allowed the first follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Minister, a while ago, the DA asked a question on this issue, and as usual, you were dismissive and evasive. Minister, the situation was intended to be a short-lived peacekeeping intervention. The fact that it has dragged on is placing massive pressure on the scarce resources of the South African National Defence Force. Minister, what interventions have you made at SADC, at the level of SADC, to find a prompt completion to this operation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Visser. Honorable Minister.
Deputy Chairperson, thank you. Deputy Chairperson, in terms of the rules of the NCOP, I would like to ask that the Deputy Chairperson considers asking Ms. Visser to withdraw her remark that I am, as usual, dismissive and evasive. She's suggesting that I'm dishonest, and I believe this is absolutely outside of the rules, and I would request that you address this statement by Ms. Visser. I don't recall having any interaction with Ms. Visser beforehand for her to have made such a very serious allegation against me. Nevertheless, in response to her question, a great deal of action continues to be taken by the forces that are deployed in Mozambique. So I don't know why she is saying I'm evasive when I say that the personnel deployed by SADC countries in Mozambique has begun to repel and displace these insurgents, and that there are significant numbers of displaced community members who are returning to their homes and who are able to reoccupy their homes due to the work of the armies that are sent to that region. So I really am puzzled at the, I wouldn't say surprised, puzzled at the honorable member's lack of awareness of what has been done. And I would ask, having answered the question, Deputy Chairperson, that the honorable member be requested or directed by yourself to withdraw should she not be prepared to do so. I would welcome her evidence as to my evasive and dismissive conduct. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Visser, I will just be advised by the Secretariat on the specific rule that you have violated. But I think still, just in common decency, in a sense that there was no kind of occurrence before, it should be adequate that you should withdraw, particularly the part that was a bit insulting to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Visser.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I will rephrase that part as not as dismissive and evasive, but as vague, if that is fine with you.
Can you withdraw the part where you have, because already you have said that. You have already said that. We accept the fact that you say she was possibly vague, but she is experiencing it as insulting. And can you just withdraw the part that seemed to be insulting her?
Okay, I will withdraw. Thank
you very much, Honorable Visser. I know you are the kind of member that can live up to if there is something wrong. Thank you very much. We will continue, and we will then now call on the Honorable Ms. Adi Maleka to respond for the next follow-up question.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you for your response that has set the record straight around the fundamental questions of humanitarian aid and the violation of international law and human rights. Certainly, even in international law, 101 students will appreciate the unassailable track record of South Africa in defense of the respect for the international law and human rights. As we reaffirm our continued government intervention in Cabo Delgado as the African National Congress, we are persistently concerned about the partisan, sectarian and anti-Mozambican people and government media reports about the turn of events in Cabo Delgado. For instance, some media houses, whether by omission or commission, do not report human atrocities suffered in the hands of the insurgents, like gang raping of women and girl children. Honorable Minister, my question is whether there is any independent media and communication infrastructure and logistic support by the SADC members states to provide accurate and non-partisan reporting of the events in Cabo Delgado? If not, why not? And if so, what are the relevant details?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, firstly, I want to be clear because I'm worried that it said we're not answering clearly. Firstly, SADC has deployed a mission to Mozambique. The mission is made up of troop contributing countries. the troops have begun to repel insurgents from areas that they had taken over in that province. People are returning to their homes. I don't know what's vague about that. Third, indeed, Honorable Maleka is right that you don't often get accurate reporting on conflict. In all countries where there's conflict, you find that you don't get the full story. At times, you find one of the powerful parties in a conflict has media embedded with their forces. As you will recall, with respect to Iraq, you had what were called embedded journalists who were with the troops of one country and reporting in a particular way that didn't always reflect what was happening on the ground. However, let me say to the Honorable Maleka and honorable members of the NCOP, there are non-governmental organizations as well as think tanks that do pay close attention to conflicts in different parts of the world. And they produce very useful, authentic accounts of what is happening on the ground. And if we search for such literature, we would find that we get very useful insights with respect to the progress of the war that is currently underway, or the response, the reaction, and the mission that is underway in Mozambique, supported by SADC and other partners. Honorable members would be aware that there's a bilateral engagement of personnel deployed by Rwanda. There also are forces from other countries that are focused on training. So it would be very small numbers of personnel from France, from other EU countries, from Portugal, which is an old and strong partner, cooperating partner of Mozambique. All of these are on the ground, but the majority are SADC mission personnel. So they have been focused on repelling the insurgents and have carried out a range of operations. Now, Honorable Maleka, what cannot happen is for us to give details of operations. It's just not possible to do so. I wouldn't even say to you what number are out there, where they are located, because this could endanger our own personnel from our various forces. All we assure you of is progress is being made and that South Africa continues to play a critical role as force commander in the SADC mission in Mozambique. And the role of South Africa has been appreciated not just by members of the African Union, but other organizations worldwide, because this region has shown that it will stand up and act should any state be challenged by a negative force. And this is a very important development in our region. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Sorry. The next follow-up will be from Honorable Mr. N.M. Hadebe of the Inkatha Freedom Party. Mr. Hadebe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in terms of the Department of APP, what has the department done to date to reduce passport and ID fraud? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister.
I'm afraid I did not get the end of the member's question. I heard the words APP.
We will allow Honorable Hadebe, if you can repeat, please.
No, Honorable Chairperson, I was saying in terms of the department's APP, what has the department done to date to reduce passport and ID fraud? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Sorry. Deputy Chairperson, I believe Honorable Hadebe would be directing that question to Honorable Motsoaledi. There's only one department that deals with passports and IDs, and that is the Department of Home Affairs. International Relations does not have a responsibility in that regard. So I don't know if there's a question on the particular Mozambique issue that is before us that the Honorable Hadebe wishes to post.
We will be having the Minister of Home Affairs just after you, possibly swipe his question. Honorable Hadebe, are you clear? Is it fine? Can we pass there? Can we pass there?
Yeah, it is clear, Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, thank you very much. We will then now, the next follow-up will be from Honorable Ms. S.B. Lehihi of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Ms. Lehihi.
Minister, noting how challenges faced on the African continent are South Africans' problems, and that the problems faced in Mozambique, in particular, are also our problems. Which role has the minister played in ensuring the preservation of human rights in Mozambique?
Thank you, Honorable Lee. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much again, Deputy Chairperson and the Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi, nahalinaha, inali the right gore ine one e ipolelang gore ya go tsamaya ka molaotheo o feng. Mozambique ba na le molaotheo wa bona yaka Afrika Borwa e na le molaotheo. Se re se dirang re le Afrika Borwa ha se go bolela naga tse dingwe gore di dire eng ka tsamaiso ya naga ya bone. Re dira pulelo e mo charter ya SADC a ke re ka gore ke yona e bolelang gore moagi wa Afrika Borwa o tshwanetse gore a tshware yang, moagi wa Mozambique, wa Malawi le ba botlhe ba leng mo SADC. Ga se molaotheo wa Afrika Borwa o bolelang Mozambique gore o tshwanetse gore o ire eng. What brings us together is the SADC Charter. And it is the SADC Charter with its protocols that spells out what the human rights standard and approach of each country should be. But you will find there are distinctions between South Africa's constitution and that of Mozambique. But the guide, the standard for all of us is the SADC Charter. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question number 104. The question was asked by the Honorable Mr. Mohammed Dango. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Dango. Honorable Dango, we've just recently published the national interest document. I think most South Africans would be familiar with the principles and values that we've set out in the document, since they are derived from our Constitution and from the core prescripts of the Freedom Charter. We have just made these values and principles explicit by framing them within a document that will be the document that guides our foreign policy engagements. I think, given that it's just recently that we have published the document for public attention, it is perhaps too soon to provide definitive answers on the responses of the international community to the issues raised in the document. But I can confirm that many of my colleagues have indicated to me they are reading South Africa's document with great interest. The main reason that they're taking an interest in our document is not because it may contain something that is very, very new and unknown to the world. It is rather that in the context of the global changes that have occurred in the past 5 years, this is the most engaged document with the global crises that our world is confronted with. It is a document that is focused on current conflicts. It is a document that is published in the post-pandemic experience. It is a document that grapples with issues of climate change, with issues of the trade rule regime and the unfairness experienced by the developing world. It is a document that encapsulates the opportunities and challenges of the so-called fourth industrial revolution. So it's up to date, and I think is an instrument and framework that many countries in the world will draw on as they rethink global relations in terms of their policy standpoints. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dangor, do you have any follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister, for a comprehensive response. Minister, I want to just draw attention to one area. South Africa will not supply arms to countries that are in conflict, whether it is civil wars or countries in conflict with their neighbors. This is a South African stance that has been taken. Now, if we're talking about national interest, other countries have a clash of definitions. They create wars, they create failed states to advance their military industrial complex to ensure that it works. The wars that will be conducted elsewhere benefits countries that interprets national interests very differently. They look at the economic interest and create wars to advance the economic interest. Thank you very much, Minister.
It seemed to be just an observation. Do you actually expect the minister to respond on that?
Yes, in that, will we continue not supplying arms to areas in conflict, unlike others that do supply, and in fact create the conflicts? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much for assisting, Deputy Chairperson. Yes, indeed, we would continue to act in terms of the commitment we have outlined in the national interest document. As you know, South Africa has the National Conventional Arms Law, which governs how the sale of arms internationally is done. And I would think it's one of the stricter regimes that exist of any country which is a UN member state. At times, it may be a disadvantage, but we know that we are not selling arms in order to become embroiled in a war where there's abuse of humanitarian law and where there are practices of real genocide and an offense to the basic human rights that all of us believe in. So indeed, South Africa will not seek to sell arms to countries in conflict with neighbors, or to be a country that utilizes the defense sector, of which we have a very big and important one, that utilizes the defense sector to prop up our economy. We think that is absolutely disgraceful and don't see ourselves acting in that way. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be from Mr. M.A.P. De Bruin of the Freedom Front Plus. Mr. De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, yeah, my original question was actually covered by your answer, but I will ask this. Does South Africa supply weapons to Palestine or donate weapons to Palestine? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up will be from Honorable Mr. Kenny Mutsamai of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Mutsamai.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, do the values, principles, and goals mentioned by the minister also include initiating and promote peace policy which promote solidarity with the rest of the African continent? If so, which measures has the minister taken recently to promote a united state of Africa with one currency, one economic, and parliament as they currently exist as political gap between South Africa and the rest of the African continent. I thank you.
Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Motsamai. Ke itumela thata go bona Ntate Motsamai gore wa phela, and you are active. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is a very different question in terms of the question that I'm responding to. However, allow me to respond. Indeed, we continue to promote solidarity with the African continent. And the Honorable Motsamai is asking what actions we've taken which reflect this consistent solidarity. I believe, firstly, the reference I've made to South Africa's contribution to the SADC mission in Mozambique is an important contributor. Honorable Motsamai asks a bigger question of a united Africa. We play a very active role in the African Union as South Africa and make significant contributions in the AU. We are one of the top 5 contributors of resources to the African Union. The third example would be during the chairship of President Ramaphosa of the African Union, he steered, along with other leaders, the adoption of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, thus bringing Africa closer to real intra-African trade to lift us from the current situation where only around 26% of trade in Africa is intra-African, and to get us to the position we aim for, where 60% at least of trade between African countries should be intra-African. So the adoption of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement was an important advance toward a more united Africa. Third example, we continue to play a role in the comprehensive peace agreement of South Sudan. I am hoping, along with other ministers that I lead in a subcommittee of the 5 countries, that we shall be in South Sudan in October this year to seek to find measures to assist that country to address challenges that confront it. Final example, President Ramaphosa has been the facilitator of the Kingdom of Lesotho, helping that country to arrive at a peaceful political framework for the practice of democracy in Lesotho. The president has succeeded, along with the facilitation team, in getting agreement on an amended constitution and a new electoral law, which will be the basis of the election in October in Lesotho. This has led to the parties for the first time in Lesotho reaching agreement universally on an omnibus bill that will be the future constitutional guide of the Kingdom of Lesotho. These are examples of work that is being done by South Africa along with other African member states of the African Union. But the unity Honorable Motsamai refers to will only arrive when we successfully implement the Continental Free Trade Area, because it will be at that point that we begin to look at issues of common currency at an African central bank and other matters that are currently in discussion and still at early stages of framing. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now call on the Honorable Mr. D.R. Ryder of the Democratic Alliance for the next follow-up.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Perhaps Mr. Nchabaleng, in his capacity as the co-chair of the joint standing of Committee on Defense, can invite Mr. Dango to the next presentation from the Conventional Arms Control Committee, and he can learn some more in answer to his question. But I digress, Minister. Minister, in your speech at the launch of the National Interest and Advancement in the Global Environment document, you made the following point very clear, and I quote, "We confirm that as the government of South Africa, our main responsibility is to South Africa." Minister, further on in the document, it defines South Africa's national interest as the protection and promotion of its national sovereignty and constitutional order, the well-being, safety, and prosperity of its citizens, and a better Africa and world. That's what the document says, Minister. Now, as the international community threatens action against those that have chosen to side with Russia following their invasion of the Ukraine, will you protect the economy by denouncing the invaders, or will some of the members of cabinet again embarrass you and push you into protecting their personal interests? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I think there's no one who can embarrass me except if they go to the international stage and make statements that embarrass themselves. I try to represent our country in the best way possible, and I hope I will continue to do so. Let me say to the Honorable Ryder that indeed I am perturbed. It's not the international community, it's one country, the United States of America, where one house of the United States of America, the House of Representatives, has accepted a piece of legislation that was crafted by the Honorable Meeks, one member, and has been adopted by the House. We believe this is a most unfortunate piece of legislation. It's not a legislation coming from the government of the United States of America. It's from a member. So it's like a private member's bill in our own parliament. We have pointed out our concern should this bill become law. It is currently in the Senate. I have arranged that I will meet the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee of the United States when I am in the United States next month. In order to indicate our concerns, I shall also meet other members of the Foreign Relations Committee. I also would expect that the members of Parliament of South Africa will indicate their own displeasure, because to have a piece of legislation that seeks to blackmail any continent in the world is absolutely disgraceful. And I think we shouldn't be gentle when we speak about this particular draft bill that has come out of the House of Representatives. Absolutely shocking that any country can say, if you abstain in the United Nations, which abstention is provided for by the United Nations Charter and any voting system in any institution worth its weight worldwide. If you say, if you abstain, I will ensure that I deal with you. This is absolutely blackmail. It is threatening. It falls outside of the United Nations Charter, and it's something that we are going to fight as far as we can. So indeed, we will continue to fight this bill that comes from one country, the United States, and only one house, the House of Representatives. And yes, indeed, we are going to resist. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question that we will be dealing with is question 97 of the Honorable Mr. A. Arnolds of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker. In reply to the Honorable Arnolds, I wish to report as follows. We have taken a number of steps to strengthen relations with Cuba, which is a country with which we enjoy very strong and solid bonds of friendship. In 2012, South Africa and Cuba signed an economic assistance agreement unlocking a 350 million rand economic assistance package. South Africa enjoyed a trade surplus with Cuba until 2021, which can be attributed to the extension and implementation of that past agreement between South Africa and Cuba. Facility A was a grant of 40 million rand, 5 million rand for the purchase of seeds from South Africa, and the remaining 35 million rand for the purchase of seeds either from South Africa or any other part of the world. This was successfully implemented. We then had Facility B, which was a grant of 100 million rand for the purchase of goods from South Africa. This was successfully implemented. Then we had Facility C, which was a credit line of 210 million rand, again for the purchase of South African goods. So that entire 350 million rand economic assistance agreement package was spent in South Africa. The agreement, coordinated by the Department of Trade and Industry, has made a meaningful contribution to increasing South African exports to Cuba, especially agricultural products, plastic, resins, trucks, and tires. Through the package, our exports increased, jobs were created and retained. There were also reinvestments in key industries, consumer support to the South African manufacturing sector, and payment channels from Cuba were established. Further details, the EAP expired in July 21, and the repayment by Cuba of the final tranche has been extended to 2026. The Cuban Minister for Foreign Trade and Investment, Mr. Marmieka, in 2021, made a request for a new EAP under similar terms for the period 22 to 2026. We are currently considering the request as the government of South Africa. We have a number of political linkages between South Africa and Cuba. Chairperson, if I were to go into those, it would take me longer than the 5 minutes. Suffice it to say, beyond the political, there's person-to-person or people-to-people cooperation between South Africa and the people of Cuba. Our Deputy Minister, Botus, recently chaired the 16th Joint Consultative Mechanism and met with various ministers in Cuba and agreed that we will develop a program of action to implement the Cultural Cooperation Agreement, which has recently been entered into between South Africa and Cuba to enhance cooperation in dance, film, literature, theater, and music. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Arnolds, do you have any follow-up question?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and let me say thank you to the Minister for a comprehensive response. And I know it was a lot of information on the question that was asked, but thank you for that. Minister, there are over 30 signed bilateral agreements in place between South Africa and Cuba, and also covering a vast area of cooperation, for example, arts and culture, defense, education, science and technology, health, services, housing, which is also commendable to say. But you have also mentioned now in terms of the question that I want to ask in terms of the frequent engagement in terms of bilateral matters, in terms of implementing programs and projects, and are there any further plans to further strengthen relationships between the two countries? Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. If I may, Deputy Chair, I will assume you're allowing me, and let me say to the Honourable Arnolds, indeed, we continue our interaction with the people and government of Cuba, both at the level of bilateral exchange, but also cooperating in the context of the G77. So we continue our collaboration. And, you know, I think you should keep track of what we're doing. You know that we have a case at the moment with AfriForum saying that we cannot provide humanitarian aid that Cuba had requested from South Africa. We approached the Constitutional Court on this matter because we believe this is interference with the executive obligations that we are granted by the Constitution. The Constitutional Court has said it's too early for them to hear the matter at this stage, and we should continue through the system of the High Court and the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court of Appeal. So we have submitted a petition to the Supreme Court of Appeal. We believe that it is the right of the government to, you know, form and execute international relations, and it can't be AfriForum that tells us who and with whom the government should interface on the basis of humanitarian or any other area of activity in international relations. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for responding to the question. The next follow-up question will be from the ANC, Honourable E.M. Tetra. Honourable Nyambos.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chair, am I audible? Yes, I hear you, Chair. Am I audible?
You are indeed audible, Honourable Tetra.
Thanks, Honourable Kenny. Minister, allow me to salute the South African government, especially under your leadership, for strengthening the relation between South Africa and Cuba. We have just mentioned a number of programs from Program A to Program C, which is worth more than 350 million. We really appreciate that, Minister. For those who do not know, South African relationship with Cuba is encrypted in the shared blood and suffering of the oppressed and the colonized people of these two countries in the common struggle against imperialist domination and racism. Minister, has the government of South Africa, in collaboration with Namibia, Angola, and Cuba government, considered erecting the African Continental Anti-Colonial Heritage Site and International Museum in Cato Carnival in the lasting memory of the heroic Cuban military who occupied the frontline battle trench in defense of South Africa, Namibia, and Angola, people against the racism, apartheid, and military aggression. I thank you, Minister. I'll listen to the screen.
Thank you, Honourable Tetra. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thank the Honourable Tetra for the question. And indeed, I confirm that within the context of SADC, the former liberation movements, as well as SADC itself, have agreed on what we call a liberation heritage route, which will consist of a number of memorial sites, institutions, as well as sculptures of heroes, heroines, museums, literature, and a whole host of cultural artifacts which reflect the history of the struggle for freedom in our region. So we are in discussion with our comrades as to what form of commemorative institution we should put in place. We've done very well up to this point, and I think there are more plans, but I would believe the detail could be provided by the Minister of Arts and Culture. I'm really thrilled that we are now almost completing the statue of former President Nyerere, one of the founders of SADC and a leading figure in the struggle against apartheid through his support as one of the frontline states for the fight against colonialism and apartheid. And we will continue to develop these heritage instruments to ensure that unlike some members that we have in our various houses, we do remember that we have a glorious history of struggle, of determination, of sacrifice, and of commitment. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from the IFP, Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, given South Africa's financial position and with regards to 50 million worth of humanitarian aid donated to Cuba recently, does the department and the country have enough capacity and resources to offer this kind of assistance to Cuba? If so, would it be plausible to consider rendering the same assistance to our neighboring countries going through similar circumstances? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, let me report to the Honorable Hadebe that very sadly, due to the decision of the court, we've not been able to respond to the request of Cuba for humanitarian aid. AfriForum approached the court to stop us from taking any action in aid of Cuba, despite their suffering from the blockade by the United States of America. So there's not been any action because it's still a matter we are pursuing in court. With respect to our neighboring states, indeed, the honorable member would be aware. Let me say that in terms of the budget of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, we have an entity called the African Renaissance Fund, which is established by an act, and its very purpose is to provide support for humanitarian crises and other initiatives that have a developmental character to them. And we use the funds, and they're very limited, they're not significant, like USAID or the British International Development Fund. But indeed, we are able from time to time to provide assistance where needed. We were able to assist Zimbabwe over a year ago when they had massive hunger in areas that had been affected by a hurricane that really caused massive damage even in the agrarian land in that region. We provided maize, and this was through the African Renaissance Fund. We are also hoping, once we've overcome this case, to assist displaced communities that are returning to their land in Mozambique to help them to initiate agricultural projects. The ARF fund is designated for assistance outside South Africa. We have other funds within budgets of other departments that are for development assistance to communities in South Africa. We budget for all of this approved by Parliament each year. So the idea that we are taking this money away from the people of South Africa is a selfish attitude which doesn't accord with the reality of a South Africa that has a constitution that says we will always promote friendship and support to others when they need it, just as we were supported by others, even to the point of their sons and daughters dying on African soil so that we might enjoy freedom. So indeed, honorable member, we have a difficult financial situation as South Africa, but since we do have a few rands that we can utilize to assist others, we do from time to time provide assistance on a small but a scale that I believe other countries appreciate. I thank you, honorable member, and I thank you, honorable chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question on question number 97 will be from the ANC, from Honorable Dango. Honorable Dango. Thank you, Honorable Dango. Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 108, asked by Honorable C. Faisal. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The reply to the question from the Honorable Fissa is the following. We continue to encourage all parties and do so within all relevant international mechanisms, as well as in bilateral meetings, that they should seek to find a lasting solution to the current situation in Ukraine. We believe that this call is in full compliance with the UN Charter and universally recognized human rights and fundamental freedoms. As South Africa and as the representative of South Africa, I've continued to emphasize that dialogue, mediation, and diplomacy are the only means to end the current conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And Chairperson, I've noted recently that many more leaders are saying this has to be a negotiated solution. As we said in our statement in the United Nations General Assembly 2 months ago, wars end when dialogue begins, and wars endure when there is no dialogue. We therefore will continue to urge and encourage all members to go to the negotiating table and to approach dialogue with the spirit of compromise in order to move the process forward without accusing any party. And such accusations, we believe, are not helpful in the efforts to resolve the conflict. We would like, as South Africa, and I've said so many, many times, I'm sure Mr. Ryder, who seems to be reading my speeches, Honorable Ryder, would confirm that in my speeches, I've called for intensified efforts at increased diplomacy. I've called for use of the United Nations, particularly the Secretary General, as well as other leaders who may have the weight in terms of ability to persuade the interlocutors to negotiate a settlement to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This is the position that we've held. And Honorable Fissa, I don't believe that there are other alternatives to this approach that South Africa has held. The freedom you and I enjoy today results from this very approach. And I believe that this is what we need to pursue as the representatives of South Africa. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question will be from Honorable Faisal. Honorable Faisal.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Indeed, Minister, we are grateful about the negotiations that took place and still are. Have you yet met them with the ambassador to the Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Faisal. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Fissa. It's not been my practice to meet with all the ambassadors, but I do encourage my department to meet with ambassadors. And indeed, the Honorable Ambassador of Ukraine has met several of my officials at the most senior levels. The contact with me has been through tweets that have been most unfortunate. I have directed my heads of mission of our country never to tweet about a minister in the country in which they represent, South Africa. But the Honorable Ambassador of Ukraine has had copious opportunities to meet the most senior levels of my department. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from the Freedom Front, led by Honorable Debray. Honorable Debray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, seeing as South Africa has a neutral stance regarding the war in Ukraine, does your department and yourself realize that firstly, when our Defense Minister visited Russia to attend the 10th International Security Conference, secondly, South Africa abstaining from the UN adopting the resolution to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council, and thirdly, the Russian Export Center hosting trade talks in South Africa. These all have extremely negative impact on the international relations with South Africa. And how will it be justified to the rest of the world when we say that South Africa has a neutral stance regarding the Ukrainian war? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Debray. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honorable Debray and a host of other commentators have chosen to label my statements on Ukraine as neutral. This is their choice. I've never, not in one speech, and he can ask the honorable colleagues where he can source my speeches, he will not find the word neutral used even once. We are not neutral. We abhor war. We believe war does great harm. We don't support invasion of the territorial integrity of another country by any other UN member state. We've made this exactly clear in all our statements. That's not neutrality. We believe there should be negotiations. We believe the United Nations must play a key role, as I've said a few moments ago, in such a process. We believe the fact that Nelson Mandela agreed that he would sit around a table with his own compatriots, with those who had oppressed and victimized him, and arrived at a settlement that has given you and I freedom. We believe this can work for the challenges that are confronting Ukraine and Russia at this time. We don't believe it is our sole in our interest to promote war, to say we choose one, we choose the other. What does that mean? This is why we have said that voting to say Russia is wrong, Ukraine is right, doesn't resolve the conflict. And this is why we've abstained, because we've said the resolutions are not directed to assisting the situation. They're directed at naming and name calling. And for us, that is not a helpful way of addressing what is a very complex and difficult situation. I don't have to remind the honorable member about past agreements where there were particular agreements with respect to the security of Russia, to the security of Ukraine. There were guarantors of this Minsk agreement and previous agreements. I won't remind the honorable member about statements by the former Secretary of State of the United States many decades ago, pointing to the dangers of neglecting the security concerns of any state and referring at that time to Russia. So, honorable member, I've never, ever used the word neutral. I believe that the war must come to an end. There should be a cessation of hostilities, but that problems will remain, and hence there must be a negotiation where an agreement that addresses the concerns, security concerns of Ukraine, security concerns of Russia, that this agreement would encompass all of that And it is at that point, through negotiation, an honorable member, I believe you will be able to judge this neutrality you label me with when the parties will be sitting around the table. We believe this will only come to an end through negotiations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from the ANC, led by Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress. Sorry, Chair, I'm in the hotel, that's why I'm disturbed now. Can I go on, Honorable Chair?
You are indeed, you are indeed audible, Honorable Bartlett.
Okay, sorry for the video, Chair. Honorable Minister, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress, not only to support your statement, but to call upon you, the government of South Africa and the peace-loving international community to repeat the position that there is no alternative to peaceful dialogues. War is the language of the barbarians and the antithesis of human progress. Until those who are political deaf hears it without the hearing aids. Honorable Minister, for us in the African National Congress, the fundamental question is whether the South African government has made direct offers to both Russia and Ukraine for the peaceful mediation. I thank the Honorable Chairperson and I thank the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Honorable Bartlett. Indeed, President Ramaphosa, in his engagements with the UN Secretary General, with President Putin of Russia, and with Mr. Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, has stressed the readiness of South Africa, should it be so desired, to assist in any way it can in helping a negotiations process. This has been made clear and communicated in various phone calls by our president to the leaders of these countries. And so we continue to make the call and to seek to persuade those that are involved in the conflict, even if it be indirectly through supplying arms, that we stand ready as South Africa to assist, should it be required, in a process of negotiations. But we also, wherever we can, stress the need for identifying competent and trusted interlocutors who could play a role in the search for peace. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from the EFF, led by Honorable Lihihi.
Noting the minister's stance in outlining South Africa's position in relation to the military operation Russia has in Ukraine, why has the minister not communicated this message with the ambassador of Ukraine and called her to order in light of her recent tantrums that South Africa, a peace-loving country, is supporting a war?
Thank you, Honorable Lihihi. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Lihihi, I believe the ambassador is fully aware of South Africa's statements and views. She is of the belief that we must choose a side, which we believe would be wrong to say, this one or the other. Then we become embroiled in the inferno of conflict, rather than being a country with the ability to offer a solution. I think it's most unfortunate, some of the statements that the ambassador has made. They certainly have not assisted relations between her mission and ourselves, but we continue to allow her an opportunity to continue to function in our country. And as I said, we advise our own representatives throughout the world that they should conduct themselves rather differently from what we have experienced. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now proceed to question number 106, asked by Honorable Ndongeni from the African National Congress. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my papers are all getting mixed up here. Thank you. Again, this is a question on Russia and Ukraine. The reply I wish to table to Honorable Ndongeni's question is as follows. I wish to indicate that there's not been any ambiguity or change to our official position regarding the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We remain deeply concerned about the continuing conflict, the loss of lives, and the deteriorating humanitarian situation in the Ukraine. We maintain that in conflict zones, civilians, civilian infrastructure, and other non-combatants must be protected in keeping with the principle of distinction and other protective measures of the Geneva Conventions. We are committed to the provisions of the Charter of the UN, which are related to the unlawful use of force, the respect for territorial integrity, and in the unfortunate event of war between countries, that the laws of war, including the principle of distinction, are respected so that civilians and others are not killed. We remain convinced, Chair, that the resort to war is never wise, even in circumstances that are deemed to be lawful, which can be a decision of the Security Council. Wars, we believe, end when dialogue begins. So our view is it's best to pursue dialogue from the beginning. To this end, we've called for dialogue, as I said before, between Russia, Ukraine, and NATO to provide mutual security assurances. We called for this before the war began, and we believe this is still key to ending the war and the loss of life that is so terrible. We will continue to call for intensified efforts at increased diplomacy using the UN, particularly the good office of the Secretary General, who has done so well with the movement of grain from Ukraine and Russia. We also believe there are other leaders of significance, former heads of state, who could play a role in persuading the interlocutors to negotiate a settlement to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. I thank you, Chairperson. That's not my call placed on hold. I'm not sure who it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's Honorable Dichaba from Northern Cape. I hope he will be muted. Honorable Minister, the first follow-up question will be from the ANC. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your elaborate response to this critical question on South Africa's long-standing official foreign policy position. As the Honorable Minister may be aware, those who take sides on the basis of narrow ideological interests in the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia are the loudest in the accusing the government of South Africa for siding with Russia in this war. My question, has the diplomatic channels persuaded by South Africa for the cessation of hostilities between NATO, Ukraine, and Russia yielded at positive results? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. We have not had positive results as yet, except perhaps to inform honorable members that President Ramaphosa recently held a meeting with the President of the EU Commission and they discussed working together to secure agreement on movement of grain from Ukraine and Russia. And a few weeks following that engagement, which was here in South Africa, we have had support from President Ramaphosa for the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations as he negotiated this grain transport issue. So indeed, South Africa continues to play a role. However, we haven't as yet arrived at a point where there's a negotiations process underway. I believe this is going to be a significant subject at the United Nations General Assembly meeting next month. And I'm hoping, given the gathering of leaders at that General Assembly, that there may be, as an outcome, the beginnings of a process that would lead toward a genuine negotiations. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Honorable Apleni. Honorable Apleni. Honorable Apleni. We will move to Honorable Hadebe from the IFP. Honorable Hadebe, next follow-up question.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, recently the Minister of Defense accepted an invitation to Russia and attended the 10th Moscow Conference on International Security. It has been stated on numerous occasions by government that South Africa takes neither side. Can we assume now, by the action of the minister, that South Africa is tacitly in support of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine at a time when the geopolitics in Europe is at a critical juncture? And why was the minister there? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that that question maybe should be asked of the Minister of Defense. I'm not the Minister of Defense, nor do I approve her travel. But I want to make it very clear that South Africa is not in a conflict with Russia. South Africa is not in a conflict with Ukraine. I think it's important that we make that extremely clear, because the perception that because there is a war between Russia and Ukraine and certain countries in Europe and the United States of America are involved with supplying arms and other material, that does not imply that there's a conflict that involves all of us. So I want to make that clear. We are not in conflict with any country. And I would suggest that you may wish to ask the Minister of Defense why she attended a conference that she may have felt is one she has a great deal of interest in, given its focus and subject matter. I had not had any opportunity to discuss such a conference or meeting with the Honorable Minister. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question on question 106 will be from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Silegu. Honorable Silegu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, very audible, Honorable Silegu.
Thank you very much for an opportunity, and also good afternoon. An advancement in the global environment clearly states, and I quote, South Africa subscribes to peaceful means of conflict resolution and dispute settlement through negotiation and diplomacy, unquote. Minister, I am immensely proud that the leader of the official opposition chose not to rely on media reports, but went to see for himself and saw an invasion in progress. The images we see in the media were confirmed. Your colleague, as you have stated, Minister Thandi Modise, then attended an international conference on international security at the invitation of Russia, the aggressor in the invasion, and delivered a diatribe against warmongers, calling for them to be dragged, kicking and screaming to the table of peace. Mphathiswa ngokuzithoba. Who does South Africa see as the warmonger in the Russia-Ukraine incursion? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sleko. Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga mhlonishwa ubaba Sleko. Asoze ndikwazi ukuphendulela Minister of Defense. I cannot respond for the Minister of Defense. You would have to ask her who she was referring to. As for ukuvakashela Ukraine of your leader, ebene nhlanhla ngokubhatalelwa ngabanye abese-business ukuthi aye kulo ndawo. Thina asina abasibhatalelayo ukuthi sivakashele indawo nendawo, kodwa ndiyavuya ukuthi nawe uyamvuyela ngoba into enziwe ngemali yabantu be-business, and I'm sure bayaninceda ngezinye indlela. Kodwa into yokuphendulela uMinister Modise andikwazi ukumphendulela. Ungambuza wena, izolo ebekhona NCOP, ngabe umbuze lo mbuzo izolo. Andikwazi ukumphendulela mna. Ndingunaledi Phando, ndiphethe pha eDeco, andiphathanga eDefense. Ndiyabulela. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the question. The Minister of International Relations and Cooperations, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude on behalf of the House to Honorable Minister for availing herself to answer questions. Lekamosho, Honorable Minister.
Even tomorrow.
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks.
Tea is ready. We shall break for 10 minutes as we prepare ourselves for Honorable Motsoaledi. The bell, I understand, will be rung after 10 minutes so that we are able to resume our way. Thank you, Honorable members.
Recording stopped.
number 101, the one to be addressed by the Minister of Home Affairs. Over to you, Honorable Motsoaledi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The question from Honorable Shaikh is about the progress that we've made since our appearance on the Portfolio Committee on the 27th of January, 2021. The department has launched a system called BAPS, Branch Appointment Booking System, as part of our war on queues. The initiative is to counter opportunistic individuals who queue for by posing as clients in the early hours of the morning and sell their spots to other clients. The Department of Home Affairs has deployed the counter-corruption team to these hotspots to deal with this phenomena. Recently launched BAPS has worked very well. It has been extended to 56 offices, and since it started in June, 117,000 clients have used it. We are also increasing our footprint by securing office space at selected malls across the country. We are of the view that this initiative will provide some of the relief for clients due to improved queuing conditions. That means not being exposed to the wind and the sun in uncovered areas, but also to secure parking. We are hoping that we will start with the Mainland Mall in Pretoria next month. If the landlords who promised us that they will have finished doing the arrangements there. The department is also working with SETA to improve network infrastructure, because part of the long queues are caused by that fact that systems are always down. As I'm speaking, SETA is spending 400 million rand to revamp its IT infrastructure. But we are still having a problem, Chairperson. For example, on the week of the 15th to the 19th August, offices connecting through Mudimulle and Polokwane, including Mala office in Bushbuck Ridge, were affected by the switch centers that were down. The SETA service provider, Broadband Infrastructure, had to replace the cables that were alleged to have been damaged. But also the issue of cable theft. Very recently, Middleburg, Potchefstroom, and Mabatu offices were down because 500-meter cable needed to be replaced because it was stolen and damaged. Chairperson, we also, Honorable Member, we are also capacitating our department. Treasury has just given us 260 million rand. We are hiring 700 staff members to capacitate the department. On the issue of the challenges, yes, we are experiencing various challenges. Some are external, others are internal. The external challenges is that Home Affairs, unfortunately, depend on the performance of other entities, especially SETA and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And this is a very serious challenge. But as I said, we are trying to talk to them to try to deal with these issues. We are trying to put mitigation plans to place to make sure that we reach our targets in terms of our strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question will be from the ANC, led by Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we in the ANC acknowledge the shifting targets that underscore the strategic and operational terrain of the Department of Home Affairs and rise to reaffirm our support to the departmental strategic plan.
Honorable
Minister, how the major shifts both in the internal. Can you hear me, Chair? Can you hear? Am I audible?
Honorable Bartlett, you are not very audible. Also,
sorry, sir, I don't know.
Don't be in a hurry. Can you commence with your follow-up question?
Okay, Chair, sorry, maybe it's where I'm sitting. But Chairperson and Honorable Minister, we in the ANC acknowledge the shifting targets that underscore the strategic and operational terrain of the Department of Home Affairs and rise to reaffirm our support the departmental strategic plan. Honorable Minister, can you please take South Africa into confidence about the major shifts both in the internal and external operating environment of the department that have impacted on the successful implementation of a strategic plan, and how has the department mitigated the impact of such shifts? I hope I was audible enough, Chair.
No.
I think the biggest challenge is that you are too in a hurry. You are too fast. If you can just take your time, Honorable Bartlett, so that you are more pronounced and more audible.
Must I repeat again?
Yes.
Slow.
No problem. Honorable Minister, I'm asking if in the ANC, we acknowledge the shifting targets that underscore the strategic and operational terrain of the Department of Home Affairs and rise to reaffirm our support to the departmental strategic plan. Honorable Minister, can you take South Africa into confidence about the major shifts both in the internal and external operating environment of the department that have impacted on the successful implementation of the strategic plan, and how has the department mitigated the impact of such shifts? Was it okay, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, yes, the shifting targets, as you know, the external factors, main external factor was the issue of COVID, where we had to close some of our offices. And as such, we could not meet the targets, where we have to stop some of the services. Whereas in our strategic plan or APP, we've put the targets there, but we have to suspend them because of COVID, where some people who had comorbidities have to stay at home. And as such, it was difficult for us to meet our targets. But after COVID, we tried to put people to work overtime. There was a time when Home Affairs offices were closing after 7 o'clock in the evening to try and cover up. The other external factors that affect us, I've already mentioned them when I was answering the first question, being dependent on other government departments, especially CETA and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, whereby unlike schools, clinics, and police stations, which were built for that purpose, Home Affairs offices are not purpose-built because we hire them from an individual. We go to a particular building which was built by somebody else for something and we hire it. And when it does not meet our purposes, it becomes a problem. Now we are busy building offices on our own, which are purpose-built, but we have also submitted a list of 15 high-impact offices to the department, to the presidency infrastructure program, so that we build them via PPP. And that's why I also mentioned the issue of going to the malls. Now, on the borders, in our border gates, we also have that problem, whereby sometimes there's no water, toilets are not maintained. Now that work is no longer going to be done by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's going to be done by Border Management Authority themselves because it affects them directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from Honorable Seleku of the DA. Over to you, Honorable Seleku.
Good afternoon. Ngiyavakala, manibulisa nakumphathiswa.
Am I audible? Let
Minister.
me greet the minister first.
You are audible, Honorable
Minister, the long queues. Minister, the long queues at Home Affairs are exacerbated by the regular response from your staff. Minister, the IT problems are at the heart of your service problems to our people. We know that budget drives behavior. What have you proposed to Cabinet to prioritize in the budget and in your department's key performance measurements? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Seleku. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable member. Sorry, honorable member, during my budget speech, I outlined 13 steps we are taking to deal with the issue of long queues, because it's not one particular factor, it's a multiplicity of factors. But I can assure you the issue of IT is at the center of that problem. And yes, the budget, yes, because 5 years ago, or at least 7 years ago, yes, Treasury instructed that the budget on compensation of employees getting is blowing out of the I mean, it's blown out of the ceiling, and we must stop replacing people when they retire. That, of course, has affected the Department of Home Affairs in terms of capacity, where our staffing capacity reduced dramatically. We were able to write a plan which we submitted to the National Treasury, and they understood us. That's why in this financial year, they supplemented us with 266 million rand, specifically to capacitate the department. Out of that money, about 600 posts will go to our offices to try and deal with this issue of staffing so that we reduce the long queues, and the rest will go to immigration services. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be from Honorable Matebula of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Over to you, Honorable Matebula.
Nakensa, Chairperson.
Thank
Minister,
you, Chairperson.
In terms of administration, which progress have been made regarding the lack of efficiency and service delivery, which has become the norm across all Home Affairs offices found in the country? Nakensa, Chair.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Matebula. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Matebula, I'm sure yesterday or today you have just read that we've dismissed a chief director for inefficiency and for dereliction of duty, and also for gross negligence, because we have taken a view that unless there are consequences, you will not be easily get public servants to do what they were supposed to be doing. They need to know that if I don't do my work, there are going to be consequences. That's why we do that. But we don't just start by firing people. They are taken through training programs. We do have meetings with them. We are now busy signing a memorandum of understanding with an institution which will help us by sitting with our people and training them. That institution is a government institution called Productivity South Africa, because everybody must know that when they come to work, they have to be productive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now invite Honorable Hadebe from the IFP to render the next follow-up question. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what budget is allocated in terms of the APP to secure these legalized documents from fraud? Thank you.
You heard the question, can you repeat it for me?
Honorable Hadebe, can you please take your time? Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, the question is, what budget is allocated in terms of the APP to secure the legalized documents from fraud? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, did he say to secure legalized documents or illegalized? He said what budget on the APP to secure something about documents. I'm not sure whether the word is legalized or illegalized.
Legalized.
Legalized, Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Well, I'll assume you mean IDs, passports, birth certificates, and death certificate, which are all legal, or unless you want to talk about documenting illegal immigrants who are coming to the country.
documenting immigrants who come into the country. It will all depend in what way are they coming to the country. And there are many different forms. If they are asylum seekers, when they arrive at the borders and announce themselves officially, I'm not talking about those who jump through the fence illegally, but those who announce themselves, they are given what we call a Section 23 permit. They are given that in terms of the Immigration Act. And that Section 23 permit lasts for 5 days until they arrive at the nearest refugee reception center. And we've got such 5 centers in the country. One in Musina, the biggest of them all, the Desmond Tutu Refugee Reception Center in Marabastad in Tshwane. There is one here in Cape Town, there's one in Tebeka, there's one in eThekwini. When you arrive there, we then issue with a Section 22 permit. That is Section 22 of the Refugee Act 1998, which says you are allowed to be in South Africa for a period of 3 to 6 months while you are applying to become a refugee. And that document is renewable. You can go, for instance, to Desmond Tutu Reception Center. You'll find a kiosk there where you renew the document without having to talk to Home Affairs officials. If you successfully apply for refugee status, then you are given what we call a Section 24 permit. Now, the other documents which you get are about 17 visas and permits, depending whether you want a work visa, a relative visa, a visitor's visa, a study visa, a scarce skills visa, a retirement visa, a corporate visa, etc., etc. So those are all the legal documents that we issue in the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now hand over to Honorable Nyambi to proceed forward with the next follow-up, with the next question. Over to you, Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Honorable Myomang. Greetings to Minister and honorable members. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 109 asked by Honorable Fesser. Honorable Minister.
The question from Honorable Fesser is about the border post, the non-operational border post that were closed during the time of COVID. Honorable Member, as a country, we do comply with existing operational protocols, frameworks, and procedures which are critical for the successful port operations. Currently, this is enforced by the established operational structures within the Border Management Authority, or the BMA. And these are Operations Committee and the National Border Management Coordinating Center. Now, Honorable Member, on the 1st of August 2022, I gazetted that 26 of the 29 ports of entry be opened on that particular date. However, since the issue of ports involve more than one country, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation wrote to her counterparts, informing them about South Africa's intention to open 26 ports of entry after COVID. To this end, confirmation was received from our neighboring countries, indicating their readiness to also open the ports of entry from their side. However, Chairperson and Honorable Member, due to collapsed bridge and high water levels in the Limpopo River between South Africa and Botswana, the Zanzibar border post could not be opened. Furthermore, Fentlin's Drift, it's a difficult name for me to pronounce. Fentlin's Drift border post between South Africa and Namibia could also not be opened due to high levels of water in the Orange River, where a pontoon is used to cross the river. In terms of the 26 reopened border post, there are system challenges that were experienced because many of them were not functioning for over 2 years. You are aware that IT systems, if they don't function for a long time, they start a problem. But however, SARS is currently repairing those affected systems to ensure their optimal utilization. In the meantime, alternative processing methods have been implemented to ensure movement of travelers in and out of South Africa. In terms of airports, Honorable Member, the PLENARY International Airport could not be reopened due to ongoing refurbishments that are going on at the airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question is from Honorable Fesser.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Minister, for giving us a brief of what's happening at the border posts, because there is absolutely no reason why all South African border posts should still be closed. And where they are open, they're not functionally optimally. I have visited 3 border posts in Northwest where the IT systems are down and stuff like that. Some border posts currently are gateways for smuggling and crippling our economy. Minister, will you acknowledge that this is a problem, and when will all South African border posts be open and functioning as they should?
Thank you, Honorable Fesser. Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Member, I've already acceded to the fact that some of them were not functional because the IP systems were not optimally functional since they were inactive for more than 2 years during COVID. And as I said, SARS is busy working around the clock to make them work optimally. But the second thing I've said, Honorable Member, is that a border post is not only run by one country. You've got to work with your counterparts. And quite a number of times they tell us, look, we have sent the people elsewhere, they need time to come and resettle. So these are very early days of reopening our borders, but up to so far, we are happy with the progress that they'll go back to where they were. But lastly, Honorable Member, we noticed, especially during COVID, that some of the border posts don't have the requisite staff. That's why we so easily close them. You just find one policeman or policewoman there with one immigration officer. And that's where the smuggling you're talking about happened. The MEC for Safety and Security in the Free State once phoned me about a border post which he believes is just saving to steal cattle from South Africa into Lesotho. And such border posts, they shouldn't be functioning because they are causing us very serious security risks. But at the moment, we have spoken to our counterparts and we agreed which border posts must be opened, and we agreed on the days. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Dango. Honorable Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Minister, we're talking about border posts, and we're talking about tick box things of how effective and how efficient are border posts, and how are they being serviced, and are they servicing the public efficiently now?
Thank you, Honorable Dango. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, you remember that this House helped us to pass the Border Management Authority Act, which came from the General Assembly and got stuck here. And you help us to change some of the wrong things that happened in the National Assembly. You help us to correct them, to establish a Border Management Authority. And the reason that the Border Management Authority was established is because about a decade ago, NCOP, the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, which is a coordinating committee of all the intelligence services in the country, military intelligence, crime intelligence, state security, financial intelligence center. When they were doing their estimates, their security estimates or intelligence estimates, they pointed the borders as an area where there are challenges and problems. Instead in terms of human beings, in terms of goods and everything else. And they are the ones who recommended that an institution called the Border Management Authority to deal with our borders be open so that they become efficient. This is the structure we're implementing. And I'm sure you've seen on the 14th of July, how we launched the first group of 200 cohorts of border guards to try and make sure that the efficiency you are talking about is there. And that's exactly what we are doing. And fortunately, the commissioner who has been appointed in November last year, who is the Commissioner for Borders, who has got the same status as the Commissioner of Police, but his job is only at the borders. Fortunately, a decade ago when NCOP came up with this phenomena, he was the chairperson of NCOP, he was the DG rather of NCOP, coordinating all these things, and it's very good. That is the one now who's going to implement the plan which was brought out or designed by the structure that he was chairing. And we believe because he knows the gap, he will be very much of help to make our borders efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up is from Honourable De Bruin. Honourable De Bruin.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, we welcome the 200 new border guards that was deployed by your department, and it is surely a step in the right direction. But Minister, as we know, when it comes to infrastructure, I believe that is the biggest challenge that we have when it comes to securing our borders. And I'm not speaking about only the border posts, but the border as in a whole. So my question would be, what plans are on the table for your department, together with other departments, to address the issues of infrastructure, especially between the South African, Zimbabwean borders and South African Lesotho? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Bruin. Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable De Bruin. Yeah, indeed, I've already answered part of this question. The problem with the infrastructure at the borders is that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has got the sole responsibility to put up infrastructure there, be it a fence or maintain a road through which the Defence Force will patrol and all that. Now, in terms of the act, which I said was passed by this House, that work will now vest in the Border Management Authority. They will decide for themselves what needs to be built and what needs to be maintained. And the plans to transfer such a function from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to the Border Management Authority is on course. It starts with the transfer of land, and that is already happening. The second one, which you have mentioned, is the border post itself. Remember that South African border posts were built and designed during the Apartheid era, when the relationship between South Africa and the neighbors, even in terms of business and trade, was not that strong. So most of them, I remember an EFF member, after visiting Beitbridge border post, as I suspect for the first time, came to joke that he thought it's a roadblock when he arrived there. He said it doesn't look like, an entry point into another country. Now, what we have decided is that we have chosen rather 6 of the busiest border posts. That is Beitbridge between us and Zimbabwe, Lebombo between us and Mozambique, Oshhoek between us and Eswatini, Maseru and Fixburg between us and Lesotho, and Kopfontein between us and Botswana. Those are the 6 busiest. We are going to rebuild them in what we call one-stop border post. We are going to spend a total of 6 billion rand, which will be in the form of PPP. We are already far advanced. What we are waiting for is the technical advisor in the Treasury to give us a go-ahead, so that they get rebuilt completely. Now, that fence, which people used to make a joke about as a clothing line or something like that, the area in which it is one of the areas where this massive infrastructure project of one-stop border post will be built, and we think problems will be solved like that. Then the rest of the borderline will be taken over by the Border Management Authority. Remember that at the moment, the Border Management Authority is just incubated as a branch in the Department of Home Affairs. But come April next year, it is going to be a standalone entity in terms what they call a 3D standalone entity in terms of the Public Management Act. In other words, we are going to have an entity which is standalone, whose job is to deal with the borders away from all the other government departments. But that entity will get its political mandate from 10 ministers in a ministerial committee on borders. As you are aware, interministerial committees are chosen by the president. This is the only interministerial committee that is not chosen by the president, but chosen by an act of parliament passed by MPs. In that act, it clearly says the ministers who must take political responsibility for borders. Minister of Home Affairs will be the chair, then police, then defense, then treasury, then state security, then transport, then health, then agriculture, then for fisheries, forestry, and environment. If you look at all those, and DTI, if you look at those ministries, they are all affected by what's happening at the borders. So they have formed a statutory body which will meet 2-4 times a year statutorily or as required to make sure that things are going well at the borders. So we are hoping that the future in terms of how the borders are managed will be bright if all the things can go according to the way we have planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up is from Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi.
Thank you. The continued closure of border posts brings into focus this department's xenophobic view and contempt towards African people. As there currently exists no substantive reasons as to why there are no services provided at some of our borders. Minister, which measures have been put in place to ensure that once operational, borders will be managed efficiently in a way which facilitates movement of African people?
Thank you, Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Member, you are right, but if you were to read the act which was passed by this House, you realize that the issues you are raising actually appear in the act about the functions of the Border Management Authority. Many people think about them as going to stop people from coming to South Africa. That's far from the truth. If you look at how borders are managed everywhere in the world, you'll find that there are goods and services that go through borders, but there are also counterfeit goods. There is also smuggling of goods. There is also smuggling of precious metals between countries that the Border Management Authority need to take care of. There is also human trafficking, especially of women and children, which need to be taken care of. Now, some people ask me about the border guards, whether we are sealing our borders from our neighbors, and we clearly said no. The functions of the border guard is not to stop people from coming into South Africa, never, but is to show them if they are crossing through an illegal crossing, to show them that, no, you can't cross here. There is an official border gate. Go there where you'll be fingerprinted, you'll be photographed, and your details will be taken, and we will know you are in the country. That's exactly what is going to happen. And we believe there will be a lot of efficiency. Honorable Member, let me tell you why NCOP realized that there are problems at the borders before we put up the Border Management Authority. 7 government departments were working at the borders in silos, all of them doing their own things. Between them, they had to apply 58 acts of parliament. You have health there with its own act. You had agriculture with its own act. We had fisheries, environment, and forestry with its own act. I've already mentioned all the departments. Now, that was extremely inefficient because there was no one clear commander who will command people on what to do. And the reason that we're establishing Border Management Authority is that, and even our neighboring countries, because I did meet them. In 2019, I went around most of the SADC countries, explaining to them how the Border Management Authority is going to work. Many of them welcomed it because they said they did not know who to talk to when they have problems at borders in South Africa because there were so many entities. For instance, when I arrived in Eswatini, they told me that they've taken a decision that their borders must be managed by the Revenue Authority of Eswatini. And they need a counterpart in South Africa they'll talk to. Then I said, no, there'll be the Border Management Authority. And indeed, meetings have already started between the Border Management Authority Commissioner with our neighboring countries to discuss how we're going to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 102 asked by Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Bartlett, the question here is the impact of long queues at our offices. Honorable Member, I believe that I've already responded to part of this problem about the issue of long queues. But as I said, I'll remind members that when I read my budget speech here, 80% of it was on this issue of long queues. I've already mentioned the capacitation of staff by 266 million. We have got a new program, which was announced by the President during the State of the Nation address on the 10th of February, that the Department of Home Affairs will be hiring or recruiting 10,000 unemployed graduates, those who come from universities, universities of technology and TVET colleges, and have done courses and completed them in information technology, documentation, and information and record management. I'm happy to announce that 2 weeks ago, we issued an advert to recruit the first 2,000, and we are busy now with that process. In October, we'll issue another advert to recruit the next 4,000, and in December, we'll issue an advert to recruit the last 4,000, because once these records are digitized, people will no longer go to Home Affairs. One of the contributing factors to the long queues, as Honorable De Bruin said, is not only IT. Yes, it's also the fact that people have to come back many times because the records I'm talking about are paper records. And to scan through them and find information is sometimes a nightmare because our paper records, they number 350 million. And they stretch as far back as 1895, not 1995, but 1895. So it's quite a lot of work, and officials have to work through that manually. That's why they need to be digitized. The second thing is our mobile units. We are deploying lots of mobile units into the rural villages, and so that people shouldn't go and queue at Home Affairs, but they'll find services next to their home. Last week, on Thursday, I spent the whole day in Matleregem village in Ephraim Mogale municipality, where we're issuing IDs, birth certificates, and all the documents that people could apply for. And so for this reason, we are increasing our mobile units. Every financial year we'll buy new mobile units. More so, we are working towards a situation where we're no longer going to allow school kids to come to Home Affairs during school hours, because we rather send a mobile unit to their school to help them out. Honorable Chairperson, I've already mentioned the issue of BAPS, the booking system. And then I've already mentioned the issue of stabilization of the IT systems by CETA, renovating their networks, and by Home Affairs buying new routers and switches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive report. But Honorable Minister, over the recent past years, the department has partnered with the banks to roll out the provision of identity documents. I hope I'm audible, Chair.
Yes, you are audible.
Identity documents and other relevant documents. Firstly, Honorable Minister, has the impact of this intervention be assessed in terms of reducing the long queues, which I know you already answered, but if not, why not? And if so, Honorable Minister, What are the relevant details? I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Minister.
Yes, we announced here in this very house that we are going to get engaged with the banks to issue some documents for us, especially passports and IDs. And the banking industry was very excited because they said, if they help us to issue especially the smart cards to as many South Africans as possible, the banks will save 50 million rand in identity fraud because it's difficult to defraud the smart ID card. Now, the reason that the process has not moved as fast as we've wished is because many banks are worried of their reputation because of this issue of IT systems downtime. Even if you go to a bank, you still have to get into the National Population Register. And the IT system through which you are going to get there is the same SITA system, which I've already said had got problems. So many banks did not like the embarrassment of a person entering the bank, queuing there. And when they try to get into the National Population Register, they can't go in because the system is down. They believe that will, the good name of that bank with clients, and banks are very sensitive about clients. So we are very confident that once SITA finish the work of revamping their IT infrastructure, their network, for this amount of 400 million, the banks will open their doors because everything will run smoothly. And that's why the banks themselves help us by giving us 8 IT engineers to come and help us deal with this problem of downtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second follow-up is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Hatebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as the BABS system does not cater for bookings more than a month in advance, and slots within this time frame remain unavailable, particularly for those within urban areas, what can be done to increase bookings availability? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Minister.
The bus system is new, and we chose selected offices where we want to pilot it. And as I've said, Home Affairs have got 412 offices in the country, but the bus system is only operational in 56 of them because we extend it gradually. It's not something that's an event that's just going to happen the following day. It's being gradual. We want to see how it works. More so, Honorable Kadebe, that even if the bus system is working very well, I've told you 117,000 people have already utilized it since June. In some offices, you'll find 100 people who come through this system. Others is as low as only 20. Part of the problem being that we won't be able to implement the bus system for everything you need in Home Affairs. We are definitely doing it for a passport. We are definitely doing it for a smart ID. You can't do it, for instance, for a birth certificate or a death certificate because nobody make appointments for such things. If there's a death, you can't say make an appointment to come later for a death certificate. So it is still a hybrid model, but for those who come for IDs and passport, in the offices where it's implemented, it's working very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up is from Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, House Chair. Will the minister admit that his department is losing the war on queues as Home Affairs offices across all provinces continue to have long queues and our people resort to sleeping outside offices in order to gain access to services, despite the minister having declared?
Honorable Zandamela. You are muted, Honorable Zandamela.
Oh, yes, House Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, thanks, House Chair. Minister, will the minister admit that his department is losing the war on queues as Home Affairs offices across all provinces continue to have long queues and our people resort to sleeping outside offices in order to gain access to services, despite the minister having declared a war against queues and the offices are always offline? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zadamela. Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable Member, we might have lost a few battles in terms of war on queues, but we have certainly not lost the war. That I deny with the contempt it deserves, because all you are saying is that forever, that's going to be the situation. I've just announced to you what I announced here during my budget speech, the steps that are being taken. If all those steps are taken and still there's no improvement, then I'll definitely agree that we have lost the war. I'll say so personally. I told you that CETA is revamping its networks. They didn't just do so. There was a joint portfolio committee meeting of the Department of Home Affairs in the National Assembly, together with the Department of Communications and New Technologies and CETA, whereby the members in the National Assembly asked us to outline step by step what each entity is going to do in order that there are no systems downtown. As I've said, the IT system is the biggest one that causes these long queues. And we outlined, and during the budget speech, I was giving a report of what is being done. Apart from the 400 million rand renewal or revamp of networks by CETA, I mentioned that Home Affairs is buying new switches and routers, which will also help. CETA is also revamping their switching centers, what they call switching centers, that serves our offices, whereby they are putting what is called redundancy. Redundancy means, I've mentioned here, offices in areas like Mala, which were down, because the switching center in Polokwane was down. But if they put a redundancy means you don't depend only on one switching center. When one switching center is down, you rush to the next one, which is connected. Now, all that is being tried to fight the war on queues. And I've already told you about BAPS. If you ask the 117,000 people who used BAPS, they don't have to queue. They are told to come at a particular time. And when they come at that time, they get served. Because we realize that when 200 people all arrive at 6 o'clock in Home Affairs, they are going to have to queue. But if they come at different times, because they were given different slots, that also will help. So I don't think, if we lose the war on queues, we may as well lose the civic service of the Department of Home Affairs. So at the moment, I accede to the fact that we lost a few battles and we're still losing them, but certainly not the war. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Sileko. Honorable Sileko.
Good afternoon, House Chair. My apologies, my network is a little bit unstable. Minister, in 2021, BAPS was pioneered by your department to address the issue of long queues at DHA offices, with Home Affairs confirming that those who book online will be given first priority. What steps has the department taken to accommodate the elderly or citizens who have no access to the internet to use the online booking system? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sileko. Honorable Minister.
Well, Chairperson, there are several methods that are used, and they are in our website, only that I don't have it off my head. But when elderly people approach Home Affairs offices, where the manager is conscious, because we did teach them to be conscious about elderly people, we ask them to give them priority. And we also don't want our elderly people to be standing in queues over a long period of time. So we have now ordered chairs with 1 million rand, which are going to be distributed to Home Affairs offices so that they can sit down. But I've also informed you that we are going to make malls available. We are going to have our offices in the malls, whereby the person will not have to stand in a queue. You arrive there, they give you a ticket, you move around the shopping mall, do whatever you want. There will be an announcement to call you and you rush to the office to be served. So we're using quite a number of methods because we don't want to lose this battle of O&Q. And BAB's method in areas where it's working has helped to foil the corruption that was going up there, where some people wake up in the morning and then stand in the queue and come and sell it for you for 200 rand or 300. There won't be any need for you to buy a space on the queue from anybody because you came at the right time when you are supposed to be served. So many of those tags there are already having no work because of the BAB system. And we think if we can make sure that people know about BABs and we popularize it, it will really help solve many of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 9.8 asked by Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Minister.
The question I'm having here is 9.9. I hear you say 9.8.
The one by Honorable Dutoit, yes.
In my document, it's 9.9, Chairperson.
Yes, thanks for the correction. It's 9.9 by Honorable
Okay,
Dutoit.
thank you very much.
I've added one.
No, thank you. I was getting confused. I thought maybe I brought the wrong documents.
Discount for you, Minister.
Okay, Honorable Dutoit, you are asking about the number of people who came illegally in the country and were deported since the 1st of January 2021. 58,199 people were deported since January 2021. And your next question is, in which location were they arrested? It's a lot of areas. I'll mention a few. In Gauteng, we've got Heidelberg, Joburg, Pretoria, Carltonville, Benoni, Springs, Germiston, Randburg, Bronkhorstspruit, and many others. In KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg, Durban, Eshowe, Pongola, Richards Bay, Kokstad, Msinga, Mtuba, and many others. In Mpumalanga, Witbank, Nelspruit, Bethal, Middelburg, Mashishi, Barberton, and many others. Free State is Kroonstad, Sasolburg, Welkom, Bethlehem, Bloemfontein, Fixburg, Maseru Bridge, Van Rooyen's Gate, Putarichaba, many others in Northern Cape, Calvinia, DR, Springbok, Kimberley, Kuruman, Abington, in Northwest, Rustenburg, Maba, Tutaun, Klerksdorp, Brett, Potchefstroom, Eastern Cape, Mthatha, Humansdorp, Lusikisiki, King Williamstown, in Limpopo, Mudimulele, Makado, Thohoyandou, Giyani, Seshego, Polokwane, Tzaneen, in Western Cape, Malmesbury, Cape Town, Khayelitsha, Vredendal, Oudtshoorn, Paarl, Malmesbury, Calden, Beaufort. And the other question is here, to which countries? Honorable member, there are many. And if I have to mention them very quickly, Algeria, Angola, Argentina, Bangladesh, Bolivia, Botswana, Brazil, Burundi, Cameroon, Chile, China, Congo, Brazzaville, DRC, Egypt, Ethiopia, Gabon, Ghana, Guyana, Hungary, India, Iran, Kenya, Lebanon, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mexico, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Nigeria, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Portugal, Rwanda, Senegal, Seychelles, Somalia, Sudan, Swaziland, Sweden, Tanzania, Switzerland, Uganda, Thailand, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Venezuela, Vietnam, Zambia, and Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit. Honorable Dutoit, unmute.
Honorable Doi, can you let him, Chairperson, while he's still doing his, what you call, I noticed that I did not answer the last part of his question. The last part of his question was whether, I'm sure maybe he may come up with it. Let me answer it because he's here. Whether any one of those people came back after deportation. And the answer is from January 2021, we did not notice any such person who was detained again after having been deported. Now, the last part of the question, Chairperson, my apologies again. He said how many illegal immigrants are currently in police holding cells and what are the relevant details in that regard of deportation. The number of illegal immigrants presently in police holding cells is 1,043. And I want honorable member not to confuse them because there might have been a confusion here. People who are in police holding cells are those who are awaiting trial, but those who have been sentenced and are in correctional services are 18,000 in number. And 2 weeks after any one of them has finished their sentence, the Minister of Correctional Services will write me a letter and give their names and will arrange for their deportation. There are also 324 suspects who have been involved in the illegal mining, the present Zamazama Saka. We have got 324 people, excuse me, please. Let me repeat, 324 who are in police holding cells, who are waiting for trial for entering the country illegally. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dutoit, make sure that you unmute as you do your first follow-up question.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, thank you for the comprehensive answer. Minister, I want to know if there's any arrangement in place between your department and that of the SAPS and correctional services with regards to arrested illegal immigrants that are awaiting trial. Since there currently seems to be a dilemma because it is alleged that correctional services do not want to take in these illegal immigrants before they are sentenced, the Department of Home Affairs can't deport them because they are awaiting trial, and SAPS holding cells do not have the capacity to hold these individuals for long periods of time. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Dutoit. Honourable Minister.
In terms of the law, Chairperson, when the law enforcement agencies come across a person who is illegal in the country, if we have got the capacity, talking in terms of logistics and all that, to deport that person within 48 hours, we do so. And that usually happens from people who are in our neighbors. But if the process is going to take more than 48 hours, that's when you then arrest them. And the law says within 48 hours, they must appear in front of a magistrate, failing which you will be forced to release them. And if in appearing in front of a magistrate, the magistrate then agrees that the person needs to be deported, that person is taken to Lindela Repatriation Center, where we call their ambassadors and talk to them and said, here are people from your country. The magistrate has given an instruction that they be deported, and this is what we are going to do. And we start working with those ambassadors. If, on the other hand, the magistrate refuses to confirm the deportation, then that person is released immediately, in which case police do arrest them for other offenses. If a person is arrested by police first and they've committed a criminal offense, we can't deport them until that criminal case has gone through the courts. For instance, we are already aware, as I'm standing here, that the documents to be in South Africa that were obtained by Pastor Omotoso, who is going through a trial for alleged rape in Gqeberha. His documents are fraudulent. He can be deported anytime, but we can't deport him because he's still going through a criminal case. When that criminal case is over, if he gets acquitted, we deport him immediately. If on the other hand, he doesn't get acquitted, he's sentenced, we'll wait until he has completed the sentence. The Minister of Correctional Services will write to us and tell us 2 weeks before he gets released, and we'll arrange for deportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second follow-up is from Honourable Ryder. Honourable Ryder.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, up until now, the biggest reason that South Africa has had illegal immigrants is that Home Affairs systems and regulations are so complex, so often offline, and so corrupt that it makes it very difficult for immigrants to apply. But now, Minister, with the proposed termination of the Zimbabwean exemption permit, is the department planning on deporting 4 million people in January 2023?
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Minister.
I will accept that we do have problems with our system, and that's exactly the reason why we are reviewing them. You may remember that after Pastor Bushiri escaped from the country, we discovered that his documents were fraudulent, and they were issued by Home Affairs. We acceded to that. We are the ones who told you actually. None of you know that his documents were fraudulent. We are the ones who told the public that. And the chief director who issued those fraudulent documents has gone through DC and he has been fired. And then when I learned that the documents from Pastor Omotos were also fraudulent, my question is, how many more of priests and pastors and prophets or any other prominent people are here with fraudulent documents? While I was still mulling around that, something terrible happened in the department. The people in permitting who issued these documents, 14 of them wrote a petition to me. We have just hired a lady who was in the police force who eventually became an advocate. So she's both have skills in police work and advocate. She's heading our anti-corruption unit and she is arresting people. Make no mistake. Then these 14 people write me a petition. They said, please, that counter-corruption unit must stop investigating our errors. And they signed the petition. Now, my question is, I'm working with people who are telling me openly that, look, we are committing errors in bringing people in the country or not refusing to bring them. And please, don't look at these errors. The second question is, are these really errors? Or they are afraid to say corruption, they call it errors, it's a softer word. I then put up a team headed by the former Director General in the presidency, Dr. Cassius Lubisi, working with the former Scorpions, working with analysts from the SIU, and people who were working in the State Capture Commission, who were investigators for the Zondo Commission. I put them together and said, all the permits that were ever issued, permits and visas, were ever issued from 2004. Go and review them and tell us what's happening. And of course, they did find that the 12 of the 14 people who signed the petition were not committing errors. It was deliberate corruption. And we are busy with that. Now, if you look at that report, which we handed over to the National Assembly, it was read there in one of the portfolio committee meetings. They are giving proposals on what to do. Some of the proposals are that we need to change legislation because it's being abused. For instance, South Africa has got a retirement visa. That report showed that there are people who are 25 years who came to retire in South Africa. There are people who are as young as 16 years, they came to retire. When you confront officials, they say in the act, it does not mention the age of retirement. 65 years is an act in South Africa. It's not in terms of the Immigration Act. So it shows that this is an abuse. But I reject completely the notion that when systems are difficult, then you are justified to defraud or to bribe or to do corruption. That I will never accept. Any decent person can never do that and say, because it's difficult to get this, then I'm going to steal. Because if you allow that, then any action of a criminal in the country will be allowed. Somebody can stand up and say, no, I found it very difficult for me to be loved by women, so I raped. Then we'll say, no, because the process of getting a partner is so difficult. So I don't accept that. People must obey the law and we'll be able to help them. And at the moment, we are trying to review our systems in order to help them, but they must never get corrupt because we will arrest them. whether they are South Africans or they come from other countries, like what was happening in Krugersdorp, we will definitely arrest them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up question is from Honourable Lehihi. Honourable Lehihi.
Has there been any correspondence initiated between the South African government and governments of their counterparts in order to resolve immigration challenges? If so, with which states and where are they resolved? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Honourable Lihihi, the child there behind you is not very convinced of the question, and that's why he's protesting. Yeah, Honourable Member, SADC, let me start with SADC. SADC has got an organ on defense, politics, and security. Ministers of DECO, ministers of Home Affairs, ministers of state security, ministers of defense, ministers of police, they all belong to that organ, and they sit all the time to address these issues. I've attended the meeting of the organ twice already since I came into Home Affairs, and the meeting was stopped because of COVID. I believe they'll resume again. But you also know that in AU, we also have such structures. But recently, I've just announced here that we have got a program of the new Commissioner of Border Management Authority meeting counterparts all around. If I'm not mistaken, this week, they are in Mozambique to meet the counterparts in Mozambique about issues of immigration and issues of border management, etc. So there are quite a number of fora where these type of things are discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up is from Honourable Ndongeni. Honourable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, while we in the ANC appreciate the strides made by the department in addressing the challenges of illegal immigrants, we equally note that the legal obligation imposed on South Africa in terms of dealing with the challenges of the illegal immigration into South Africa. My question, has any review of the relevant international convention on immigration and their impact on the current challenges facing South Africa been undertaken? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ndongeni. Honourable Minister.
Indeed, they were. Indeed, they were. But because the government takes its cue from the ruling party, you recognize that during the recent policy conference, there was a discussion document about overhauling the whole immigration system in the country. And we outlined areas where we found the weakness. One of those areas was to re-look at the international conventions we've entered, and international conventions where we think there are mistakes. And we've noticed something very serious, that the United Nations Convention of 1951, Article 7 of them allow countries to put exemptions and reservations on part of the conventions that are not suitable. They might not be suitable because of their economic conditions or their religious or cultural belief or their politics, and they put those reservations there. Now, from 1951, when parliaments around the world start ratifying those resolutions, those conventions, we noticed that South Africa couldn't, because the United Nations was not recognizing South Africa as a state. So the ratification only happened in 1996, 2 years after democracy. But we noticed that many countries put those reservations. South Africa is the only one that somehow did not see the need to put the reservations. And that thing is a very big weakness, and we said it must be reviewed. because all other countries have got reservations in one or the other in terms of their economy, in terms of their religion, in terms of their social activities, in terms of their beliefs. And we believe South Africa cannot be an exception. That's why we have to review all those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 110, asked by Honourable Fesser. I hope this time around the number is correct.
Yes, you did, Chair. Very much correct. Yeah, this is the issue of intensifying South Africa's passport and the measures we've taken. Yeah, Chairperson, this is a very important question. Some years back, South Africa's passport used to be respected all around the world. Recently, it is doubted. People laugh and make jokes when they see stories on our social media. For instance, the joke that was made about a gentleman called Lebogang Ndlovu of Bangladesh, where the name and the ID number and the fingerprint belong to a South African called Lebogang Ndlovu, but the photo belonged to a gentleman of Bangladesh. This is what we discovered in our Krugerstop offices, where we found a kingpin from Pakistan recruiting young South Africans, 13 young South Africans, and then recruit 13 nationals from Bangladesh and Pakistan. They organize a corrupt Home Affairs official and visit the office of that official at night. The South Africans are recruited are people who are most likely not to leave the country, and they are asked to apply for a passport. They write their names, their date of birth, their ID, they put their fingerprint. When it's time to to take a photo, they are pushed aside. And somebody from Bangladesh or Pakistan come and take a photo. And all over the world, they travel as South Africans with that passport. When they are caught, that country start losing confidence in South African passport because they say, who else? That's why our ambassador to Portugal was called in. Our ambassador to Portugal was called in and asked, and confronted that there's a South African in jail in Portugal who is selling drugs. And they were very angry and irritated that we are trying to fight drugs here and somebody moved from South Africa to come and sell drugs among our children here. When the ambassador arrived, he found that that gentleman is actually from Benin. It's not a South African, but the passport is carried the name of a chap who, on investigation, we found that that chap is from Atteridgeville. When you approach him, he has never left the country before. Now, these are the problems we are faced with. We had to sit and say, what went wrong where? And we discovered that we're trying to do something in order to facilitate travel. That when you apply for a passport, you can apply here in Cape Town and collect it in Pretoria en route to the airport. We are now taking that away. We know it will inconvenience people who are taking it away. When you apply for a passport, you can only collect it in the office where you have taken it. That's number one. So that we must see that is you. It's not somebody else from another country. Secondly, when passports were printed, they used to be activated very easily at quality assurance. We've taken that away. The passport won't be activated until you come into the office and put your fingerprint and activate it. If you get it before that by some dubious means, it won't work. They will arrest you at the airport because that passport won't be of any effect. When you put it under a machine, it won't read it. And International Civil Aviation Authority said, countries must only bring machine readable passports. The machine won't read it because it won't be activated. And how will it stop Lebogang of Bangladesh? Because on the day you come to collect it, You must put your fingerprint. We get in the National Population Register to see which is your photo there, and we look at your face. So the fingerprint you put there, the photo and the fingerprint in the National Population Register, and your face must all correspond. Then you get your passport. This definitely will cause problems to travelers, but we believe that is the price South Africans have to pay to secure our passport, because we want it to be respected once more. Now, there is this issue. The second part of the question is about transit visas. Again, in South Africa, trying to be a friendly country, we said people who transit through our airports to other countries, people transit here through Cape Town International Airport or Tambo to the neighboring countries. And we said in order to be friendly and efficient, they don't need transit visas. They can just come because they are coming to South Africa. I'm sure you saw what happened at the airport on the 15th, on the 19th, on the night of the 15th of June, where nationals from Bangladesh and Pakistan on their way to the transit launch in the airport, somebody directs them by phone. They dodge, they detour, and they move around. They found passages that are for fire hydrants, and they get in there. I went through that passage. I found a long rope going up to the ceiling, and they climbed through that rope into the ceiling, walked through the ceiling of the airport, and they are in South Africa illegally. We immediately called a meeting of all the law enforcement agencies, including AXA. And one of the solutions, the others are security, I won't mention here. One of the solutions is that we must impose a transit visa on them. In other words, we have got the right to agree whether they must go through South Africa or not when they go to neighboring countries. We have also discovered some of them go through the transit launch, take a flight to the neighboring country, arrive there and come on foot through our porous borders and enter South Africa illegally. So because we have got names, we have seen, we have decided that now there must be a transit launch. We can agree who must come through South Africa and not. And so we asked the Minister of DERCO to write Bangladesh and Pakistan and tell them that unfortunately, because of the activities of their nationals, we are forced to impose a transit visa. And we have written them those letters, and we have started imposing a transit visa on the nationals of those countries. It's unfortunate, but we have got to, because we need to secure the security and safety of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honourable Fesser.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, House Chair. Minister, thank you very much for the details that you just shared with us with regards of the integrity of our passports and the security thereof. And I am glad that you could make a plan in the interim stages, because we really have to see that we get a grip on this and see that our passports, the integrity of our passports, are a priority for the department. In terms of that, you almost covered my follow-up question. In terms of that, I just want to ask you what the officials that are participating in this corrupt, fraudulent practices by helping these people to obtain illegal passports of South Africa, what is your time frame to implement the needed measures to deal with corrupt officials? And how are you going to do this to stop it? Because if we do not stop it within our structure, it will continue, because they are receiving financial benefit from that. So thank you, Minister, only that.
Thank you, Honourable Fesser. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Fesser. You are indeed correct. Absolutely. The South African corrupt Home Affairs officials who were recruited in this process I've just mentioned, whereas the poor South African whose name is used get only 500 Rand for giving away their identity. But the South African Home Affairs official who facilitates this gets 5,000 Rand per passport. But the Pakistani kingpin gets 40,000 Rand per passport. Now you can see 500 to somebody who loses their identity, 5,000 to somebody who sells their country, and 40,000 to somebody who buys that. Now we decided without consequence management, this won't stop. As I'm speaking here, all the people who were working with that Pakistani are in. They've been arrested. 13 young South Africans who were selling their identity, about 8 Home Affairs officials, the last of which we are still looking for. Because when police went to his home, we found that he has run to a Sangoma, maybe hoping that he'll get some moody to escape the police. But we're still looking for such people. One of them, very unfortunately, this is very unfortunate, I must say. One of them even involved his young son, who's about 20 years or so, in this corruption. The poor boy didn't know what he was doing. He was given a car to go on collecting these people during the night and sending them to his office. That young man helped us because he said, you are doing this in the Krugerstop office. I actually drove some people to Limpopo in Beggarsford, taking them in Joburg because they have to choose offices where somebody who's corrupt will work with them. He said, no, I did not only transport people to the Krugerstop office, I transported them also to Beggarsford. And when we checked, the manager, the Home Affairs official in Beggarsford was involved. So we have arrested them. We've arrested them, but they got bail. The Pakistani kingpin is still in jail, he's not allowed bail. And even the lady who issued the passport to Lebogang of Bangladesh, she's working in our Benoni office. We arrested her immediately and said, part of the problem in government is to take many months with a person on suspension while aiming. We immediately arranged with correctional services that and the police, that if they put him in correctional service facilities, we go there and do a DC and dismiss her from correctional services. But fortunately or unfortunately, was given bail. And we immediately went for her and say, while you are waiting for a trial, we are taking you through this DC. We also have an official who was posted to our office in Namibia. He was selling visas to Bangladeshi and Pakistani nationals in Namibia to come to South Africa illegally. We arrested her, we took her through DC, we fired her, and we gave the case to the Hawks. And something happened which still confuses me. Just when the Hawks were about to arrest her, she passed on. We don't know whether there was foul play there. We don't know, but she's gone just before the arrest. We don't know what happened, but on our side, we have already fired her. So we are forced to act very harshly against our people. But if we don't act harshly, these things won't stop. They'll keep on continuing. But lastly, because human beings are human beings, we're adding more technology. At the moment, all of you honorable members, the biometric which we have got for you, anybody who has got an ID or a passport, the biometric which we have got for you is a fingerprint and a photo. And those things are swapped and stolen. Now, in this era of technology, we are changing. That biometric is on a system called HANIS, is carried by a system called HANIS, or Home Affairs National Identification System. We are now upgrading to a system called ABIS, Automated Biometric Information System. Whereas HANIS has got only a fingerprint and a photo, ABIS has got a fingerprint, a photo, iris recognition. It can recognize in your eye that this is Honorable Fester, is not Mutuality. There's also facial recognition. It can also recognize your face. When you appear in front of that machine, it recognizes whose face this belongs to. We're also putting a palm print so that we have got 5 biometrics. But we are also going to put legislation here, is far advanced, that the young kids must no longer wait up to the age of 16 to take an ID. We want them to take an ID at the age of 10. We'll bring that here for the House to pass as legislation. Why are we doing that? We are tired of police going to a crime scene, taking fingerprints, and they don't find an owner because somebody sent a child there who's less than 16, who's not on our database. So we want all the kids in South Africa to be on our database with fingerprints from the age of 10, and we'll be able to fight these issues of fraud. Those are the things that are in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. The second follow-up, Minister, is from Honorable Detroit. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, we appreciate your comprehensive answers. Now, the initial question spoke to the security of SA passports and then also the transit visas. Minister, but I want to know, referring to the security measures, legal and illegal entry into South Africa, as well as the department's efforts to streamline the Home Affairs operations. Minister, under the current South African visa regulations, there are roughly 30 nations around the world whose citizens can gain free entry, visa-free entry, into the country for up to 30 days. And another 90 countries globally that are permitted to enter South Africa for up to 90 days without a visa. However, Taiwan is among the countries whose citizens require a visa to enter South Africa for any length of time. Now, currently, South Africa is in dire need of international investment and tourism to stabilize the economy. And in 2019, the Taiwanese citizens made more than 17 million trips for the 1 year abroad, spending an average of about 457 billion South African rand, only for that year on tourism. Minister, I want to know, when will a visa-free agreement with Taiwan be put in place? And if not, why not? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. Honorable Minister.
It's a very long statement and I missed some of the issues, but the little I've heard, Chairperson, let me say this. When countries give visas or visa-free entry of particular nationals, all countries around the world, they look at three things. Number one, they look at the safety and security of its citizens. If people from that particular area are allowed to enter the country visa-free. Two, they look at the sovereignty of the country. Three, they look at the developmental needs of the country. Different countries have got different developmental needs. One will say, because of our developmental need, this is what I'll do. For instance, there are people who argue about something called reciprocity, that you must reciprocate. If I allow you visa-free in my country, you must reciprocate and also allow me visa-free in your country. And it does not work like that in a straight line. It's not mathematics. It's not a mathematical formula. It's economics and politics, which are much more complex. So you are not just going to say, I'm reciprocating. Now, what am I trying to talk about? Many countries, in maybe almost all, when they go to Mecca in Saudi Arabia, they need visas because there are so many people who are going there. They've got to be given appointments that you come after 2 years, 3 years, etc. And so they levy visas. But we allow people from Saudi Arabia to enter South Africa visa-free. We don't have a problem of Mecca like them, but we need them because they spend Mecca bucks here in our country. They don't do it. They've never shown to do illegal things. So we allow them visa-free. Now, the whole of SADC, every SADC country is allowed visa-free in South Africa. You don't apply for a visa when you go to Lesotho or Eswatini or Botswana. Nor do they need, or Mozambique, nor do they need visas when they come to South Africa. Is visa-free. Now, the countries which have to apply for visas in the country, we are reviewing them every year and increasing them. I've just increased that, I think, in the budget speech in 2019, where we gave visa-free status to Cuba, to Ghana, Cape Verde. I think there were about 6 countries that we've added. And every year we are reviewing which countries can come visa-free in South Africa. That's what we are doing, and we are doing that to help tourism. But those who need visas, we are now implementing an e-visa, which is very smooth. You apply online, If they allow you, you don't wait for a visa, you go to the airport, and when you arrive there, they give you the visa. That is the e-visa system. We piloted it in Nigeria, India, and China, because the three countries constitute 1/3 of the world population, but were disturbed by COVID. But we are going on with that, and that's exactly how we are going to promote tourism, but at the same time looking at the safety and security of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. The third follow-up is from Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for setting the record straight on this critical question that borders and the security of our country, Honorable Minister. Sorry, Chair, I don't know what happened. But Honorable Minister for setting the record straight on this critical question that borders are the security of our country. Honorable Minister, are there any comparative study conducted to draw best practices and models in relation to passport security? And why not? If so, what are the relevant details? I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'm not sure was it clear enough.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Minister.
The issue of best practices, whether you compare and do best practices, does not really arise, Honorable Bartlett, because all passports around the world are regularized and controlled by ICAO, International Civil Aviation Authority. They are the ones who make the rules about passport. And so it has to be standard. I've just earlier mentioned one of them. It has to be a machine readable passport. And they'll tell you, if the passport doesn't have 2 extra pages and all that, the person must come in. And if a passport is handwritten, it should not be allowed into that particular country. Now, ICAO members, and South Africa is one of them, they've got annual meetings about security and how passports must look like. For instance, one of the laws is that you can't repeat the same passport. When we renew your passport, we don't repeat it. We throw it away, it's finished. You are given a new passport altogether with new numbers, because if we keep on repeating them, there will be fraud. Now, all those I'm saying, we don't need to compare, because we are told by the International Civil Aviation Authority, even though sometimes the judges think otherwise. We had a lady from Venezuela who was coming here to Cape Town because her partner was here, and she came with a handwritten passport. And we rejected it because we have to respect the laws of the International Civil Aviation Authority, that the passport must be machine readable. But then they told us that Venezuela ran out of papers to print passports. So they just do it handwritten. Now, our dilemma is, the international body say the passport must be machine readable. Here is a sister country that has run out of paper. What do we do? But the matter in court, the judge insisted that no, we must allow that person in with that written passport. So these are some of the things that are happening internationally. But I want to say there's no need to go and copy from anybody, because we are members of the International Civil Aviation Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Lehihi.
Thank you. The notion of cancelling visa transfer gives rise to possible illegal activities, as one will have more than one active passport. Has the department considered permanent passport numbers? If not, why not? If so, please provide details.
Thank you, Honorable Lehihi. Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, help. Did the member say there are people who have got 2 passports?
No, it's saying the cancellation of visa passport, and you'll end up having members that will have 2.
Two passports, Chair.
Yes. She's saying instead of having instead of renewing the passport, you cancel it and then you issue another one. You issue a new number. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, that's what we are doing. And it's not South Africa. It's Civil Aviation Authority. One of the liberation heroes of one of our countries, because I didn't make, I didn't ask them for permission, so I won't mention the name. One of the presidents of a sister country who just got liberation before us, when they started their new country, the passport of that liberation hero, who was a leader of course, a liberation movement, his passport was #1 in that country. He's long retired, obviously, but because of sentimental attachments to liberation, he asked that that passport #1 be issued again. And the rules of the International Civil Aviation Authority don't allow. And the minister told him so. He got very angry. He thought the minister was being funny. So the poor minister phoned me to help, because he said, no, minister, you are refusing. If you are willing, I'll get my passport. So we had to intervene and say, Honorable President, it's not the minister who determines the laws. It is Ishao. Even if the minister can succumb because you were a head of state and give you this passport, you won't be able to pass through other countries. They won't accept the passport that has worked before and expired. So every time you apply for a passport, it's a new one. And your passport expires after 5 years. And maybe let me take this opportunity. When I said we are safeguarding our passports, one of the problems we are having, especially from honorable members, and I got it mostly from you here in Parliament, is to apply for an emergency passport. Minister, there's a trip in Parliament, it's very important politically, and I've just discovered that my passport has expired. Please give me an emergency passport. There is nothing called an emergency passport, honorable members. When you leave this country to another country, there is nothing called an emergency passport. It does not exist. We've got to print that passport from the beginning. If you are lucky, we'll do it within 24 hours, but we'll charge you. But there's no emergency passport. What they are referring to, calling it emergency passport, is if you are stranded overseas, honorable members, if you visit another country, you arrive there, they steal your passport or you lose it in whatever way, you need to come back home. Then you go to the embassy, they write you a document, a transit document. That's what is called an emergency passport. It's handwritten. It just allows you to arrive back in your country. The moment you alight the airplane at the airport, its usefulness is over because you have arrived back home. You don't have a passport. That one, International Civil Aviation Authority accepted because they can't allow you being stranded in another country. Who will take care of you, especially if you don't have money? So they allow that. It's just a document to make you arrive home. But we can't write you a document to go and visit another country. So please, honorable members, especially those of you, because you travel a lot, check your passport every month or every fortnight at best to check if it's expired. Sometimes I get phone calls of people on a queue at the airport. When they give their passport to the airline host look at you and say, but sir or madam, this passport has expired. You can't travel. And they start phoning me. No, the Minister of Home Affairs can give us permission. He knows me, I'm an honorable member. And then they phone me. I said, honorable member, you are honorable here in South Africa, not in other countries. If that airline takes you, the other countries will arrest you. You are honorable in Parliament here, not around the whole world. And that's what people must understand. So apply for your passport on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 103, asked by Honorable Mtetwa.
Yeah, yes. Honorable Mtetwa, the question is, the department Has the department made progress in adhering to the legislative and policy imperatives that were raised by the Auditor General in order to ensure prudent spending? And you mentioned a sum of 284 million. Honorable member, to our knowledge, the amount that was flagged by Auditor General is 280,877,475 rand. This amount was paid for hardware, software, and professional services. And I need to give you the history of this amount because it's quite a long history. Back in 2016, the department wanted to upgrade their biometrics, I've already mentioned, from HANIS to ABIS, which I've told you about. But to do that, you need a service provider. Now, in terms of the government rules, Home Affairs is not authorized to issue a tender if it's IT. The only agency or entity that is authorized to issue tenders for IT services is SITA, the State Information Technology Agency. So the Home Affairs Department went to that agency to ask them to do this process of creating ABIS and migrating all South Africans from HANIS to ABIS. That tender was issued to a company called EOH by SITA. But when the Auditor General was auditing SITA, the Auditor General came across this tender as irregular. But the Auditor General said, because the people who will eventually pay the money, it's not SITA, it's Home Affairs. SITA was issuing it for Home Affairs. Then Home Affairs must do a forensic audit on this company called EOH. Home Affairs did exactly that. We went to a company called SAB and Nexia, SAB and T, to conduct this forensic audit. They did so. The results of this forensic audit, we called the SAE and T to come to the portfolio committee in Parliament and read their findings. And their findings indeed were that this tender was awarded irregularly. As I'm speaking in front of you, honorable members, we have handed over to the Hawks, the NPA, and other people are going through DC. The department also opened a criminal case, case number 145/2021 at the Pretoria Central Police Station on the 5th of March, 2021. But we also gave a detailed report. We handed over a detailed report to the Hawks on the 15th of April, 2021. Now, during this process, some of you might have noticed from the Zondo Commission that the company EOH has been flagged there. The company then decided that is pulling out of all the government contracts. That includes this ABIS contract, and they pulled out. But when they pulled out, work had already been done. They've already bought hardware. They've already bought software. They've already done work worth 56 million. And that is the amount of money we've paid. But then the Auditor General argued that even if they can see the hardware, they can see the software, and proof has been given that a service worth 56 million rand was provided. But because the forensic audit showed that originally this contract was issued irregularly, then the expenditure became irregular. So we have to do all this work. But then after doing it and handing over everything to the Hawks, we are allowed by law to take that information to Treasury so that they can regularize the tender, because it's a technical irregularity that we have paid for things you can see, but from a tender that was originally irregular through SITA. So we have written to the National Treasury on the 13th of April, 2021 to regularize, and that is where we are. So, honorable member, we believe we have adhered to all the key legislative and policy imperatives that are raised by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up is from Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable
sometimes it's good to listen to you because you lecture us instead of you take question into town and give it in detail so that sometimes it's difficult to come up. Because my follow-up question, Chair, I wanted to know that this, whatever that the Auditor General has highlighted, was it been implemented and also been done so, Minister?
It's not a crime if you are covered, Honorable Mtetwa, but I'll also allow the Honorable Minister to comment. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Mtetwa, I'm not really lecturing to anybody. I'm in a department where I'm getting information which you don't have. And you are honorable members who need to have some of this information because people might ask you. So
We
all I'm
appreciate
doing,
it, Minister.
yes, I'm sharing with you what I know. I deal with passports every day, you don't. And so that's why I'm sharing. So honorable member, yes, we are adhering with the orders given by the Auditor General. That's why we took all these steps, as I'm saying here. Members of the National Assembly, because we presented to them. We even gave them names. That so and so has been presented to the Hawks, so and so to the NPA, so and so is going through DC in both Home Affairs or in CETA. And all that is happening. That's why we're able to present that information to Treasury so that they can see that steps are being taken in terms of what the Auditor General has ordered. Thank you.
Thank you. The second follow-up question is from Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli.
Nakensa Chairperson, I'll take that on behalf of Honorable Lituli.
No problem, Honorable Matebula, go on.
Minister, your department, like many others, is facing financial distress, which is a result of improper planning and spending. Which measures have you put in place to change old habits of spending of state resources so that legislation is actually adhered to? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I was about to jump and arrest Honorable Matebula because you said Lutuli, she stood up and I don't remember her coming to Home Affairs to change her name. So I thought it was fraudulently acquired, but fortunately she has explained. Yes, yeah, Honorable Member, you are right. Again, it comes to the issue of consequence. This gentleman we have just fired this week, who lied to us that the switches and routers that have been bought are being deployed to end systems downtime. When they were actually in the storeroom, and we charged him for dereliction of duty. But one of the things he has done, he has approved invoices to CETA of the work that was not done. So we can't stand for such things, and that's why we are taking action, because this is the state money that is being wasted. The 3 people, DDG, Chief Director, who are now on suspension on HR, they also did things like that. You fire a person going through the normal processes. That person goes to CCMA, they win the case. And CCMA said, bring them back. It's not nice, but it's the law. And the law says if you reject the finding of the CCMA, you appeal. You go to the labor court and say, I don't agree with what CCMA is doing. Now, these officials didn't appeal. They just refused to put the person in. Person went to court. By the time they arrive in court after so many years, we are owing the person 6 million rand. And this is a junior official. We must pay 6 million rand of the state money because one official was doing stupid things. So we said, no, we can no longer waste such people. We charge them, they are going through DC because they have got to spend the state money prudently. You don't just go on wasting money. And it's very easy for officials to do that because it's not their money. Anybody who earns a salary cannot do that with their money. This is public money. So people must know that there will be consequences and we act, Honorable Member Matebula, stroke Lutuli, we act, and we act, we act very harshly, so that the next official must know that even if I've got a job, tomorrow I might find myself out of a job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third follow-up is from Honorable Hatebe. Honorable Pungan.
Honorable Chairperson, the Minister has partly covered me in one of the responses, but my follow-up question would be that the Auditor General reported that the management did not consistently and correctly apply the adopted accounting policies, specifically in relation to the impairment of receivables and the impairment of accrued departmental revenue. What steps, if any, have been taken to rectify this internal oversight deficiency? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pungan. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, the Department of Home Affairs conducts quarterly performance assessment and expenditure reviews against annual performance and operational policies. These meetings are chaired by the DG and reports are presented to the Portfolio Committee quite periodically. The part about revenue, which I remember, was an issue between us and DERCO, because you are aware that some of the people apply for passports and all that at DERCO missions around the whole world where we've got embassies. They apply for them. They must collect that money and give it to Home Affairs. And there was a situation where it's true, they never did so. And the amount of money at some stage, which was supposed to be revenue for Home Affairs, was 880 million. I wrote to my counterpart in DERCO, and they brought in part of that money. The other amount was not brought in because there were problems. And we did a forensic audit, and we just found the results last week. I haven't yet gone through it about actually what happened. And that problem is being, the Auditor General is flaking it in Home Affairs, but it's something that is happening in DERCO around the missions around the world. And we are busy. That forensic audit was actually dealing with that. That is the part of revenue that was a problem. The other part for which we reprimanded our officials is that, Chairperson, when an airline brings a person into South Africa illegally, when they are caught at the airport, that airline is charged 15,000 rand per passenger, and they must fly the person back to the country at their own cost. This doesn't happen only at the airports. It even happens at the ports of entry. Some of the people who you say are illegal in the country, they don't jump the fence. They come through a bus that has been given a license by the cross-border authorities in the Department of Transport to transport people across borders, but they also smuggle illegal people. We charge them 15,000 rand per passenger. That's what happened to a bus company in Zimbabwe called Rimvi Bus Services, where we charge them 450 million rand because they are bringing illegal passengers. They are refusing to pay that money, and I've given instruction that they must never be allowed to enter South Africa. And I'm not the only one. When we met the bus companies in Zimbabwe, they were very unhappy with us. They said, you are allowing a person to convey illegal people. We are following the law. This man is competing us, but he's breaking the law. And you in South Africa, you are doing nothing. We are not even collecting that. That's where the collection of revenue came in, Honorable Member. So the bus companies in Zimbabwe said, we expect you to act when one of us do illegal things because they are competing us illegally and our business are going to collapse. So that's why we charge them and we collect that revenue, Honorable Members. And it's one of the reasons why I refused when you passed the bill on the Border Management Authority, whereby they were saying SARS must also fall under the Border Management Authority. When Home Affairs is still struggling to collect its own revenue, I said no. And you are the ones who helped us in this house by reversing that because it was passed by the National Assembly. And we sent it back, we reversed it. That's why SARS is a standalone entity to collect revenue. Home Affairs will collect the little bits of revenues which I've just mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The fourth follow-up question is from Honourable Seleku. Honourable Seleku.
Thank you, Baba.
Yes, Baba.
Minister, thank you very much for the background in terms of when this project or this ABIS was supposed to be implemented and the challenges that you have experienced as a department and what you have done in terms of consequent management. When I listened to your background in terms of what has happened with this particular project, it gives me an idea that the implementation of this particular ABIS is behind schedule. And one would want to know what steps have been taken by the department to ensure full implementation of the ABIS project. Thank you very much. Baba.
Thank you, Baba. Honourable Seleku. Honourable Minister.
Yeah, indeed, Honourable Seleku is behind schedule, badly behind schedule, and this is very regrettable because we had to go through this forensic audit, etc. The portfolio committee in the National Assembly said because of the importance of ABIS, we must rescue the program. We must do everything to rescue the program. We went back to the drawing board and decided to cede it to a new company called IDEMIA to do it. And IDEMIA has been busy on the project and we're expecting the finality very soon. But I do accede that it delayed. It was quite unfortunate because if CETA did not issue that contract to EOH, I'm sure we'll be far by now. All South Africans will be on the AB system. But at the moment, it's still part of South Africans and we're still left with a few to finalize. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, that was your last question of the day. Allow me, honourable delegates, to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Mtswaledi, permanent delegates, special delegates. Honourable Minister, we thank you for availing yourself to answer important questions in the National Council of Provinces. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much, Dr. Mtswaledi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, Mama.
Oh, Baba.
Thank you, Mama.
Baba.
Oh.
Recording stopped.